He's loved by his parents. He's 20 years old. He also worked at King Soopers, but on this particular day, Denny was off from work. He stopped in King Soopers to get lunch. His mom, Lisa, also works at King Soopers, and she was on her lunch break, and she's outside in her car in the parking lot having lunch as her son gets gunned down in the front of the store at 20 years old. That's Lynn Murray. It's a great picture. Lynn is 62 years old. She's a loving mom. She has a great life. She works for Instacart, delivering groceries, and it's March 22nd, 2021, so we are still living through the pandemic. So Instacart's a really important job, actually. It means a lot to a lot of people. It's also why a lot of people in King Soopers that day were wearing masks. They're talking through glass partitions that soon will be exploded by bullets fired by the shooter. Some went to King Soopers to take care of themselves by getting COVID shots at 2:30 p.m. that day, and instead will face death. Lynn went there to shop for others who were unable to shop for themselves. Picture Lynn looking down at her phone. The final image she sees on her phone is this one. It's an order for Pamela A. How many bags does the customer need? She never gets to fill that out because she's at the checkout stand. And she's going to try hard to live. She's very determined to live. But the shooter is just as determined and just as intent on killing her on the spot. It's 2:28 p.m. and the shooter's about to get out of his car and begin killing as many people as he possibly can. But first, I want you to meet Terry Leiker. Terry is 51 years old. She's a really special person. She's overcome some significant challenges in her life, and she's worked at King Soopers for many, many years. And for people who live in the community, who shop at King Soopers at Table Mesa, Terry is a beloved fixture. She's a part of their lives. They go there, she's always there bagging groceries with a big smile on her face. And at 2:28 p.m., she's bagging groceries for an older gentleman named Patrick Cruz. And you're going to hear from Mr. Cruz during the course of this trial. But we'll never actually have the honor or privilege of meeting Terry Leiker. Her life is about to end. This is Jody Waters. Jody is 65 years old on this day. She has a loving family. She's had a great impact on a lot of people in the world. And that's a terrific Boulder type picture, isn't it? Unfortunately, the next picture you're going to see of Jody Waters is her hiding under a checkout stand, living her final seconds on this earth. And now it's 2:29 p.m. It was a regular day. Those 8 people, it's going to be their last day. And then the 9th, Suzanne Fountain. Suzanne is 59 years old. Her immediate family lives in New York. She and her partner live in Broomfield. And there's a hair salon in the Table Mesa shopping center that Suzanne goes to. And she went to that hair salon that day. So she went to the King Soopers at Table Mesa to do her grocery shopping instead of the one near her house where she lives in Broomfield with her partner. But for that hair appointment, Suzanne Fountain is alive today. But for that hair appointment, Suzanne Fountain gets to celebrate her 60th birthday. Actually, but for the shooter, she gets to celebrate her 60th birthday because he's about to take her life. The victims are random, but the murders are absolutely deliberate and intentional. If Jody Waters had left the store 3 minutes earlier, I wouldn't be saying her name, and we wouldn't be asking you to hold the shooter responsible for killing her. If Suzanne Fountain didn't have a hair appointment in that shopping center I'm not saying her name, and you're not finding the shooter guilty at the end of this trial, because she would still be alive. The victims were random, but the shootings were deliberate and intentional. This is Suzanne Fountain, and her life is about to end. There were 9 murder victims. There would have been far more than 9, but for the police response that day, including police officer Eric Talley. This is Eric Talley. He's 51 years old. He became a police officer as a second career, and he loves it. And by all accounts, he loves serving this community. So it's no surprise to his family and his colleagues that when he gets the call of active shooters at King Soopers, he races there as quickly as he can. And because of him and other police officers, many, many people are alive today. Many people are walking this earth. Unfortunately, there are 7 kids growing up without a father, because Eric Talley sacrificed his life to save others on this day. I wish that the victim families, the loved ones of these 10 who were seated here and seated in an overflow courtroom could come into this well, that we could lift up the victims here, that we could use this courtroom to honor them.
Object. Personal opinion and meant to inflame the passions. Response.
Your Honor, I'm going to tell the jury what we're here for and what we're not here for.
Let's move on, please.
Sure. I am not going to show you videos, photos, and share with you powerful stories about their lives. That's not why we're here. Instead, we have the responsibility of going through videos and photos and powerful stories about how their lives were ended in cold blood. That's why you're here. The shooter prepared to kill them, planned to kill them, and went and executed 10 people at King Soopers. That's why you're here. You're here because the person who killed these 10 in cold blood is sitting right at that table, right there. The defendant has chosen to exercise his constitutional right to a fair trial. He's asserted that he's not guilty by reason of insanity. And I'm going to talk about mental health in a little while later this morning, but I want to hit on it right now before we get into some of the facts in the case. This is the overview of what you'll have to consider at the end of this trial. Was the defendant so diseased or defective in mind that he was incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to the murder of 10 individuals and the attempted murder of 25 more? Or suffering from a condition of mind caused by mental disease or defect, as the statute reads, that prevented him from forming a culpable mental state? And in this case, it's going to be intent. That's what this case is going to come down to. I don't want to share this with you before I go on, because this is going to be the most important question for you at the end of this trial. And you know how the law works. You heard it yesterday from the judge. He committed a mass murder on March 22nd. You'll be able to consider all the planning and preparation, and I'll talk about that in a little while. And you'll be able to consider everything. We're going to lay it all out for you so that you have everything you need to reach the right decision in this case. It was clear to me yesterday and the day before that you are a thoughtful group who wants to reach the right outcome. If you follow the evidence and you apply the law, you will reach the right decision in this case. Because the central issue is going to be his claim of not guilty by reason of insanity. Mental illness does not mean someone's insane. Mental illness does not mean someone's insane. When someone kills someone, or 2 people, or 3 people, or 10 people, or 22 people, we don't say, that seems abnormal, let's just send them to a hospital. There's a very straightforward test that the law applies, because our society and our law demands it. And it's a straightforward legal test. We covered a lot of ground in jury selection, as we're supposed to. But the test is going to come down to this, and this is what Judge Bakke is going to read you at the end. Could he form intent? Could he distinguish between right and wrong? This is a serious case, a hard case, and an emotional case, but it's a straightforward legal test that you'll apply at the end of this trial. This is what Judge Bakke will read to you as the law around sanity. Could he form intent? And could he distinguish between right and wrong? So as we go through the evidence, I'm going to give you a preview of it in just a couple minutes. And I'm going to go over it with you and provide you with an overview and guide you through it. But throughout this entire trial, think about it in terms of what am I hearing that shows he's capable of forming intent, or incapable, but capable of forming intent. It'll make your deliberations much easier if you track it this way. What is he doing that shows he's capable of forming intent? And what is he doing that shows me he's able to distinguish right from wrong? And you'll be able to start to fill up these two boxes as we go through the evidence. And I'm going to take you through it now. And I'm going to take you through it in very calm, clear fashion. But I also want to recognize that as I guide you through what you're going to hear at this trial, that it is brutal and horrific and emotional. Part of what I have to do here is present it to you in a clear fashion and guide you through what you're going to have to go through. Because insanity is a straightforward legal test, whether someone's sane or not. Could he form intent, and could he distinguish between right and wrong?
Judge,
One thing,
objects. It's a misstatement of the law. The law isn't and, it's or. It's a disjunctive.
this is what the law says. Incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to the murder of 10 individuals and the attempt to murder of 24 more, or suffering from a condition of mind caused by mental disease or defect that prevented him from forming the intent. We'll give you all the evidence to answer those questions with a resounding yes, he was able to form intent, and yes, he knew the difference between right and wrong. So I'm going to take you through a couple things, 3 things to start that are going to demonstrate that he clearly was able to form intent. First of all, this is a mass shooting, 10 people are killed, but no one's hurt by gunfire, not a single person. Think about that. What does that mean? What it means is, first of all, he was very proficient with the weapon. Second of all, he prepared for it. And third of all, if he hit someone, he executed them. No one hurt in a mass shooting by gunfire. Not a single person. 10 people killed, no one hit and hurt and wounded. That's in part because 9 of the 10 victims were shot multiple times. What that means, ladies and gentlemen, is that if he hit the person, he then moved in and targeted them and executed them by shooting them again and again. And if he missed, that person had an opportunity to live. But anybody who got hit, he finished them off. That's why when you consider intent and his ability to form intent, the number, nature, and location of the gunshot wounds will matter. So how he carried out the shooting on March 22nd will tell you a lot about his ability to form intent. How he did what he did on that day, in that moment, will help answer the question for you of was he able to form intent? Because of things like this, the number, nature, and location of the gunshot wounds that the defendant inflicted upon others. Will also help you as we go through the evidence to see that he understood the wrongfulness of his actions. And he understood exactly what he was doing was completely wrong and horrific. And that he was going to be held responsible for it. And we'll go through all that evidence. This is Nevin's work truck. Nevin had just fixed the espresso machine in Starbucks. Now he's back in the work truck and he's on the phone with his friend Johnny. And what's about to happen next is going to happen fast because the defendant is brutal and he's acting intentionally. Nevin's on the phone. The black car next to Nevin's white van is the defendant's. The defendant has with him an assault rifle, large capacity magazines, ammunition, handgun ammunition, and a carrier vest. And he gets out of his car and without any moment of hesitation, confusion, hallucination, or delusion, He is up and he's moving, and Nevin is his first target. He goes alongside the van so quickly that Nevin has just the opportunity to say, "What the F?" And Johnny hears booms close to the phone. And then hears a strange sound. And then hears booms a little more distant. And then the phone goes dead. And Johnny's left wondering what happened. And he yells for Nevin. He yells, "Are you okay?" He texts him. And there's never going to be a response to another text to Nevin because Nevin is dead. Because the defendant shot him 5 times, including one right through the left eye that went into Nevin's brain. There were 2 shots in Nevin's head. The defendant was able to form the intent to kill Nevin Stanisic. Johnny would later realize that Nevin hadn't shown up at the next work site, and he would look up on his phone, was there a car crash in Boulder, Colorado? Because he's worried that the sound he heard may have been a car crash. And Johnny sees that there's a mass shooting at King Soopers and that the community has been devastated and that victims have lost their lives. And he starts to put the pieces together. And when he looks on the news, he finds out for sure that Nevin's dead because Nevin's still in his van being photographed by a crime scene and his legs dangling outside the driver's side door on the other side of that van. The defendant immediately starts moving east across the parking lot, turns and shoots back towards Nevin's van again. And then the defendant sees Kevin Mahoney, a 61-year-old man. Kevin has an opportunity to duck. He tries to hide. He actually puts his hands up for a moment, and then he tries to run. But the defendant chases him down and guns him down by shooting him 4 times, including an incredibly close kill shot to finish Kevin off. As that's happening, Trelona Barkowiak is in her car, her windows down, and she's driving. And she ends up making a strange turn, whether it be for fear or confusion or both, we'll never know because this guy killed her. And Trelona drives up on the pedestrian ramp of King Soopers, where people walk up to go into the store on the east side in those east stores. And Trelona wants to live. And she gets out of the car and she starts trying to run to the east stores for safety. And the defendant shoots her and Trelona goes down. Trelona starts to reach up and pull herself up on the railing for the pedestrian ramp. The defendant runs up, points his assault rifle down, and shoots Trelona point blank in the neck. So that gunpowder stippling is left on her face forever, and her life is over. And the doors that Trelona ran to for safety, this guy, he's about to run in to kill as many people as he possibly can. So I'm going to walk you through this animation. You're going to see a bunch of these during the course of the trial, but I'm going to take this first one slow so that you have an understanding of what you're looking at here. But with the help of the FBI, in conjunction with the district attorney's office, you're going to see a number of animations that have been put together because of weeks, months, actually years of work by the Federal Bureau of Investigation to provide you with an overview of where people were and how they were moving. This was done, and the other animations you'll see, by the FBI looking at different videos from security videos and body-worn camera videos, and then matching up all the timestamps and putting it all together. I'm telling you in a very simple way, but thanks to their work, we're able to see where people are and actually where people are moving. Because on some of these, I'm going to hit play and you're going to see people moving around as things are happening. Because this shows you a couple things. First, let me get you oriented to the colors you're looking at. The yellow bubbles on the screen are victims of attempted murder. People who are going to face possible death, but live another day. The individuals in orange, those orange circles, are people who are alive at this moment, but whose lives are about to end because of the defendant. And when their lives do end, on this animation, they become a large blue oval. So what you're looking at here is Trelona's car is on the pedestrian ramp there. Trelona is now represented by that blue oval, which means she's been killed. The purple dot is that guy. And he's heading towards those east stores. And you'll be able to see the writing better during the course of the trial, but each of those dots has a name next to it. So the two orange dots you see closest to the east doors there are Denny Stong and Ricky Olds. So at this moment in time, as the defendant's moving towards those east doors, there have been loud sounds outside, right? I mean, he's firing an assault rifle in the parking lot. So you're probably wondering, what are people hearing? What are they thinking? What's happening? So some people hear those sounds or they see things and they recognize it to be gunfire and they start to move. Other people like Ricky and Denny are wondering what those sounds are and are moving towards the east doors to look. Then you have others in the store who assume it's construction up on the roof. There's a little movement. There's some confusion at this moment in time. There's also over 100 people inside King Soopers right now. It's a regular, busy day. And then this guy comes in. That white circle shows the defendant with the assault rifle up. The first person closest to him is Ricky Olds. He's about to shoot Ricky once, right in the face. Ricky Olds is the only victim shot just once, because when the defendant shoots her point blank in the face, he's accomplished exactly what he intended to do. Angela Peacock is the woman in the yellow coat there on the right. She works at the fuel center across the street. And these are hardworking people. These are people who work hard for their lives to support themselves and their families. Angela's shift that day was 5:45 in the morning at the fuel center until 2:15. So she got off of work and then came over to King Soopers to do some shopping, and she's talking to her friends in the front of the store, people she works with. This is her workplace. These are her friends and colleagues. And she sees the shooter raise up the assault rifle and point it right at Ricky, and she starts to duck and she starts to run, and Angela goes down. She slips and falls right next to the checkout area there. And she's trying to get up. And as she's getting up, it suddenly hits her. This guy's not sprayed with gunfire, she realizes. He's intentionally targeting people. She realizes in about 2 seconds, we're going to show you 2 weeks of evidence to support that he's intentional and he's deliberate. And she realizes she has a chance. So Angela runs as hard as she can all the way to the back store. And she's in the back of the store and she's heading to the back door to get out. And she actually can't because there's a mass of humanity trying to get out the back door. And Angela is panicking because she hears the shots from the front and she knows the shooter's not done. And she runs and she hides under a plastic tarp in another part of the store. The other person in that photo there is Denny Stong, the 20-year-old victim. Denny sees Ricky get shot right in front of him. And he turns and he starts to run. And the defendant shoots Denny Stong in the back. And Denny starts to go down. But he wants to live. So he keeps going. And the defendant shoots him in the back again. And then Denny begins to crawl between the registers to try to get away. And this defendant pursues him into the register area and stands above Denny as Denny crawls on the ground, and then shoots Denny a third time to finish him. You're going to put that one in the intent box. This next one as well. Because as he does that, he realizes he's empty in his magazine, which holds the bullets that goes in a gun. Pops out the magazine, pops in another one. You'll see it, not a moment of delay. He was ready, he was prepared, he had practiced, he had planned for this. And that next magazine is in super quick because he is fast and he is ruthless. And now inside King Soopers, there's no confusion. There's just chaos. People are running, people are hiding, people are screaming. They're screaming active shooter, which 30 years ago, maybe people would have been confused by that. Now, customers and staff hear the bangs and they hear active shooter, and they know death has just come to King Soopers in Boulder, Colorado. And it's that guy. And people start to do everything they can to live. It's a question of what happens in a crowd of people who wants to live when a mass shooter shows up. What do? They're running, they're hiding, a bunch of people, everyone's moving fast now. But he is so deliberate, intentional, and brutal, and he's on the move, that he's going to catch a bunch of these people before they can get away. Let me talk for a minute about the victims of attempted murder. Because as the defendant then entered the front of the store, he began firing across the front of the store. There were bullets that ripped through victims that almost killed other people. And then there were shots that he missed. And we'll go through all of that. But there are 14 civilian victims of attempted murder. Angela Peacock, Casey Taylor, Hayden Steele. Casey and Hayden were roommates, and they were shopping there together that day. Kahendra Mala, Jacqueline Julie Keaton, Paul Johnson, Kimberly Breckus, Micah Huang, Taisha Beresford, Kelly Ray Dorr, Patrick Cruz, James Graham, Sarah Moonshadow, Nicholas Edwards, and Christopher Tatum. In the interest of time this morning, I'm only going to talk about a couple of these folks, but all of them nearly died that day. And all of them will talk about, when they testify here, the slaughter that they witnessed in the front of the store, and the people who died in the front of the store, or the people who died right in front of their eyes. They are lucky to be alive. They don't feel lucky. Some of them are damaged, and they'll testify about that. They don't look back on this day and feel fortunate necessarily. Some are in better places than others, but you're going to see a lot of trauma in this case. The path of wreckage that he left behind when he dropped the rain of terror down on Boulder, Colorado on March 22nd, 2021. This is Patrick Cruz, the older gentleman who Terry Leica was bagging groceries for. He's at checkout stand 9, as you can see. And just to get you oriented to this picture, King Soopers has these cameras above their cash registers. And you'll see these black squares on a lot of these photos. These black squares are so that people watching the cameras can't see what we punch in as our PIN codes, which if you never thought about before, you might be comforted to know there's something blocking you from putting your PIN code in when you do it at the supermarket. That's there in the camera system. More important in this picture is Patrick Cruz. He's older. He quickly realized that something was happening. Then he saw the defendant moving fast and deliberate. And Patrick Cruz realized, because he's an older gentleman and he wasn't going to move particularly fast, that his only chance at living was to go down and fake that he was dead. So he goes down to the ground and fakes as though he's dead for an hour until law enforcement rescues him. And he hid for that entire time because death came very close to Mr. Cruz that day. He'll testify about a bullet that whizzed between his head and Terry Leica's head when the shooting started, before he had a chance to go down. And then he goes down, and the other person in that photograph there on the left-hand side is the defendant, wearing his carrier vest. And you see the right arm up. That's because he's holding his assault rifle, taking aim at his next victim. Another victim of attempted murder is James Graham, who was at the checkout stand buying ramen for himself for lunch. He works nearby King Soopers. And he would go to King Soopers and pick up his lunch very often. So he's buying his ramen, and then the shots start. And Mr. Graham hears bullets hitting the glass partitions right above his head. And he starts to run, and the bullets are hitting the glass behind his head as he's moving. Mr. Graham runs for his life, literally, and he runs as hard as he can. And then a pain rips through the back of his leg. And he thought he had been shot, but in fact, he pulled a muscle trying to run for his life. And he ends up outside in the back of the store, hiding in the snow, laying on the ground until law enforcement gets him up and gets him out of there. These are the things that people did to survive from the defendant's attack on that day, but not everybody survived. The sixth victim was Lynn Murray. When the defendant started moving across the front checkout area, Lynn started trying to run the other way. The defendant saw her, closed on her, focused on her, and then killed her by shooting her 4 times. Terry Leiker had gone to the ground and ducked at first. As the defendant closed in on Terry, she stood up and tried to go. It was the only choice left, because the defendant chose to kill as many people as he possibly could. And he shot Terry Leiker twice. As Terry Leiker was being shot and killed, there was a mother and her adult son, Sarah Moonshadow and Nicholas Edwards, and they're right in the next checkout lane right there. And when the shooting began and bullets were whizzing by their heads, they ducked down and they went to the ground. And Nicholas was panicking. And Sarah, his mom, was telling him, "Don't go, not yet, don't go, don't go." And she's trying to figure out when they can escape. And she's trying to count the bullets, because Sarah knows guns. And she's trying to time their run for a reload. The defendant's coming close and he's coming around that checkout stand, and Sarah realizes they have no choice but to go. And she tells Nicholas, "Go, go, 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 go." And they start to run, and the defendant sees them. So the defendant pursues them, and he lifts up his assault rifle and he points his rifle at them and he opens fire, and he misses. And they run out the doors, and they'll come here to testify. But when the defendant missed and he started to go after them, he realized that Jody Waters is right here, hiding under the checkout stand. And he looks at Jody, and he lifts up his assault rifle and he points it at her. We talked a lot in jury selection about hypotheticals and what ifs and different scenarios. You'll have to answer the question at the end: could the defendant form the intent to kill Jody Waters? When he lifted up his rifle and pointed at it right here, could he form the intent to kill Jody Waters? This is the answer the defendant provides for you. That's him in the white circle. Jody Waters is on the bottom left there of the white circle, hiding under the register, the checkout stand. The defendant is going to shoot her 4 times, including once in the head. Could he form the intent to kill Jody Waters? That's the picture you're going to remember when you say yes at the end of this trial, ladies and gentlemen. The video system doesn't have audio in King Soopers, so we can't play for you. We'll never hear what Jody Waters was saying at this moment, but one can imagine what her final words were. One can imagine what her final thoughts were. And we don't have to imagine how the defendant responded. He shot her 4 times, including once in the head at point blank range. Could he form the intent? All of this happened, these 8 lives that were taken, in 68 seconds. 68 seconds. So from the time that he kills Nevin all the way to him killing Jody Waters, 68 seconds. He is moving fast and he is brutal. It was 33 seconds in the parking lot, but a total of 68 seconds from Nevin to Jody Waters. As much as the shots that he took and the people that he killed demonstrate his intent, there's also people that he chose not to shoot at and not to kill that make it crystal clear that he knew exactly what he was doing. So let me tell you about a man named Paul Roeder. Mr. Roeder is 90 years old, and he's shopping. And he's shopping in King Soopers, and he's moving slow. He's shuffling his feet, and he's holding onto his cart for balance. And throughout everything I just described, the defendant shooting people outside, the defendant shooting people inside, bodies drop into the ground, people bleeding everywhere, chaos, running, people hiding. Mr. Roeder keeps shopping. And he assumes that the bangs are coming from the roof. So he continues. And now the defendant has just killed Jody Waters, his 8th victim. Bless you. And he's hunting for other victims. The defendant starts going through the store, hunting for other victims, and he's looking for people to kill. And Mr. Roeder and he come across one another. And the defendant does what he does. Pulls up with the assault rifle, aims it at Mr. Roeder, sees Mr. Roeder, but also sees there's no fear, there's no panic, there's no running. Mr. Roeder's just shopping. And the defendant drops the gun to his side and walks off and hunts for more victims and lets Mr. Roeder live. And the defendant's continuing to hunt, and Mr. Roeder's continuing to shop, and they come across each other again. And again, the defendant passes up the shot at Mr. Roeder and leaves him. What does this tell you? This will tell you that the defendant was intentionally targeting people who were in fear and who were running, who he had power over, who he was scaring, and who he could chase and kill. And Mr. Roeder's just walking right through. And people who were in front of the defendant but not running and hiding were able to live, including Clint Ponsford. And I'll tell you about Clint in a minute, but let me show you this picture of Mr. Roeder first. This is Mr. Roeder after. So Mr. Roeder goes to the checkout stand and there were bodies there. And Mr. Roeder waited for someone to come check him out and eventually became frustrated that no staff from King Soopers was coming. And he just heads out of the other doors and he lives. This is Clint Ponsford. Clint is 62 years old. He is an intellectually and developmentally disabled person who works for King Soopers. And he's dating Terry Leiker, and they have a great relationship. He doesn't know at this moment in time that Terry's dead. He was outside collecting carts as part of his work for King Soopers when the shooting began. And at this moment in time, he's come in the east doors here, and he sees Ricky Olds. And you can only see her legs in this photo, but there's a large pool of blood forming beneath Ricky's head because the defendant shot her right in the face. And understandably, as any of us would be, Mr. Ponsford is confused. And he looks down at Ricky, and you'll see he puts his arms out like, what's happening here? What's happening here is actually a natural, normal reaction to a mass shooting in King Soopers in Boulder, Colorado. At this exact moment, the defendant is passing right in front of Clint Ponsford. The defendant looks over at Clint, sees him, and then just keeps walking. Clint doesn't run, doesn't hide. There's no fear. There's no challenge. There's no adrenaline rush, which is a phrase you'll hear later, by the way. There's no adrenaline rush for this guy in killing Clint Ponsford. Clint actually leaves the store for a few moments and then comes back in and looks at Ricky's body again because he's genuinely, understandably confused. And the defendant is now coming back across King Soopers, hunting for people, and sees Clint again, and again doesn't shoot at Clint. As much as the people he killed and how he killed them tell you so much about his intent, his decision to pass up these two older gentlemen, Mr. Roeder and Mr. Ponsford, will tell you so much about his deliberate decision-making in these moments. That for whatever reason, he chooses not to shoot at them and not to kill them. But it's not because he's done, because he's nowhere near done. He's hunting for victims. After passing up the shot at Clint Ponsford, the store, King Soopers, is completely quiet. Except for this haunting background music that you never really notice when you're in a supermarket. But the people there that day will never forget. It just continues to play. And it's quiet. Because everybody's hiding. And the defendant is hunting. He had already gone past all the aisles once, looking up and down every aisle, looking for people. He's just scanning every aisle. Like you go, like someone may go looking for what aisle do they have that in? He's wondering, what aisle can I shoot another person in? And he's gone by aisle 10 already. And he didn't see anybody. And that's probably because they have display stands in aisle 10, where they have the sales or the snacks set up, and there's display stands in aisle 10. That must have been where Suzanne Fountain was hiding when he didn't see her the first time. But he returns to aisle 10, and now it's 4 minutes after the shots were first fired. 4 minutes. We'll never know for sure because there's no camera view of aisle 10, but Suzanne Fountain must have been hiding for 4 minutes or so. At some point, she comes out of hiding because she wants to live. And she has a lot to live for. And she's going to try to make a break for it. The defendant hits aisle 10 as Suzanne's moving. And the defendant's at the end of the aisle, and he immediately raises up the assault rifle. And he's about to pull the trigger. The number, nature, and location of the gunshot wounds will tell you everything you need to know about the defendant's intent. Because he shoots Suzanne Fountain and hits her 3 times. Once in the head. The shot in the back explodes through her front. And from the middle of the aisle, that bullet carries her human tissue all the way down through the end of the aisle and through the checkout area. And now the 9th victim is dead. And the defendant continues hunting. And Suzanne Fountain, she wasn't the only person hiding. There are a lot of people hiding all throughout the store. There are people in the pharmacy. There are people upstairs in the office where if he goes up there, they are trapped. There is no way out. They're hiding and they're praying. There are people hiding in the dairy section in the back. There are people hiding outside behind King Soopers. And there's people hiding on the shelves, like this emergency room doctor in the next aisle over from Suzanne. She put herself onto a shelf with the potato chips bags. She and her husband had been skiing that day, and they had stopped at the King Soopers for lunch on the way back from skiing. And they were in different parts of the store when the shooting began. And now they're both hiding in different places, and they're texting one another. One can imagine what they're texting and saying to one another at this moment. And the emergency room doctor's laying there on the shelf, and she hears people dying in the initial barrage, and then the quiet for 3-4 minutes. And then the doctor hears the burst of gunfire at Suzanne. And the doctor can smell Suzanne's blood from where she's laying. And she can hear Suzanne's last breaths from the next aisle over as Suzanne dies in aisle 10. And there's people hiding all throughout the store. The defendant is looking for them, and he is moving fast. He's marching through that store with an assault rifle, looking for additional victims, and he is moving fast. But now, there are other people moving even faster because people have called 911, and the 911 calls are starting to come in from King Soopers. This first call is from Logan Smith. Logan worked for Starbucks in King Soopers. And on this particular day, it was a normal, regular day for Logan. He sees the defendant entering the east side doors of King Soopers. And Logan's over on the west side of the store, and he calls 911.
911, let's get a severe emergency. Hi, I'm at the Table Mesa King Soopers at Broadway and Table Mesa. there? Are you there?
Are you there? No. Logan's no longer there. Because when Logan saw his friends and his colleagues, Ricky and Denny, get gunned down right in front of his eyes, he dropped his phone. And Logan then grabbed an older person and pulled that person back into Starbucks, and they hid behind the counter of Starbucks until the police rescued them. And now 911 calls are pouring in, and the dispatchers are sending out the information. And they're sending it out, of course, to the Boulder Police Department, which patrols this area, but to all of Boulder County, and then to all of Metro area. And the call is going out. Boulder needs your help. There's an active shooter at King Supers. In fact, the defendant had moved so quickly and so deliberately that when the calls are coming in to 911, people are describing it as 3 active shooters with assault rifles wearing armored vests. So the information being communicated to law enforcement is anywhere from 1 to 3 active shooters. And the call goes out. Boulder needs your help. There's between 1 to 3 active shooters at King Supers. And they are gunning down innocent people. Denver Police Department, on the way. Lakewood Police Department, we're coming. Jefferson County SWAT, Golden Police Department, Arvada Police Department, Westminster Police Department. The Broomfield Police Department, the officers, some of them are in the police station when they hear the call. They go running out to their cars. There's a Broomfield officer on a routine traffic stop who turns his car around, and together they hit Highway 36 at the same time. And they're going to come flying up 36 to try to save lives. But they're not going to make it in time, despite their best efforts. They hit 36 and they're going 90 miles per hour with lights and sirens up 36. Then they're going 100, 110, 115, 120 miles per hour, 125 miles per hour. They're going to try to get there to save people. And there are people hiding all throughout the store. And the defendant is hunting. You're going to meet a young man named Christopher Tatum. You're going to meet him even though the defendant tried to take that opportunity away from you. Because Christopher Tatum was in the store that day. There's a woman named Ilan Shakti, who you'll hear from. And when the gunfire broke out, Ms. Shakti started running. She was trying to get away, and she fell and broke her T6. She broke her back. And Christopher Tatum saved her and helped her get out of the store. And then Christopher Tatum ran back into the store to try to save and help more people, which he did. But when the defendant saw Mr. Tatum, he raised up that assault rifle, pointed at him, and opened fire on Mr. Tatum. Mr. Tatum ran out the back of the store with bullets following behind him. The defendant is hunting for people. But now the police are on the way. And of course, the Boulder County law enforcement agencies who are located closer, they're coming fast. And it's Erie Police Department, Longmont Police Department, Lafayette Police Department, the Sheriff's Office, and of course, the Boulder Police Department. And the officers are hearing the calls of active shooter or shooters at King Supers, and innocent people are down. I'm going to play you this short clip from Officer Eric Talley's dash cam. His dash cam recorded him heading to King Supers after he got the call that there were active shooters there.
We have a report that the party is where I read that 587 going to still the
You'll be able to watch the rest of the video during the course of the trial. Because Officer Talley and other Boulder police officers got there as fast as they did, no other civilians were injured or killed that day. But Officer Talley sacrificed his life in that response. When he pulls into King Soopers, there's two police officers who arrived just before him, Officer Pam Gignac and Officer Brian Capobianco. And they've arrived and they get out and they know there's anywhere from 1 to 3 active shooters with assault rifles and armored vests inside King Soopers. And Officer Capobianco, you'll learn, pulls his rifle out of his car. And he goes up to Officer Gignac and he pauses for a second. And then he says, we go, let's go in right now. And he starts running full speed. And Officer Talley comes into the parking lot right behind them and he gets out with his handgun and he runs as fast as he can and catches up to Officer Capobianco and Officer Gignac. And the three of them are going into the store. And they're going in and the doors open and the three officers step in and it is completely quiet. Just the music. Everyone's hiding. And the officers are trained for stimulus. That's what officers train for. You'll hear about during the trial in an active shooter training when they train for these things. Listen for the gunshots. Listen for the screams. Watch for someone running. And there's nothing. Just the music. And as they're coming in and the doors have opened and their radios are communicating that there's active shooters at King Soopers, this guy hears them. Now you're going to start to fill out that wrongfulness box, being able to distinguish between right and wrong, because the police are there. And he sets up to ambush them. And as they creep in quietly, looking around, trying to figure out where are the shooters. And police officers look at a supermarket differently than most people when they come in this situation. They look at a supermarket and they see no cover and a ton of open space. And they're moving in. And Officer Talley is just ahead of Officer Capobianco. And they have no idea that as they're coming this way, the defendant's right off to this side, waiting to ambush them. And as Officer Talley steps forward into sight, the defendant fires. The bullet that he fired hits Officer Talley in the left side of the head and goes out the right side of the head. And Officer Talley starts to fall to the ground. And then the defendant shoots him again. And Officer Capobianco and Gignac have no idea where the shots are coming from. And they think Officer Talley is ducked down on the ground. So they back up. They're trying to figure out what is happening here. Where are the shots coming from? And they retreat outside for a moment. And they're trying to figure out where did Officer Talley go. And just then a second team of officers is starting to form up at those east doors to go inside. And the officers from a bunch of different agencies now responding because Boulder needs your help. So there are officers from the University of Colorado Police Department, the Sheriff's Office, Open Space Park Ranger, more Boulder Police Department officers. And they're all arriving there around the same time and coming to King Soopers. Many of them had never met before, but they're immediately coming together and going inside to face the threat and try to stop this guy from killing more people. And there's a ton of people hiding in the store still who are hearing all this. This next animation, in a moment, I'm going to hit play and you're going to see things start to move. So let me get you oriented to this. The first thing you'll notice when you look at this one is we have a lot more blue ovals now than we did before. Those blue ovals tragically represent human lives that have been ended. So you could see, for example, Kevin Mahoney on the bottom right of your screen, where he ran in an attempt to get away from the defendant. And you see Tralona's body on the pedestrian ramp there by the RAV4 that she had gotten out of, where the defendant shot her point blank in the neck. And we go inside those east stores. You see Ricky Old's body. The next one over to the right, as you go right, is Denny Stong's body, where he tried to crawl through the checkout area to get away from the defendant after being shot twice and before being shot the third and final time. Lynn, Terry, and Jody all died really closely together. Those are those three ovals on the right-hand side of the screen. Then you see the orange dots. One is Mr. Cruz. He's hiding by faking as though he's dead. Kahendra Mala is one of those yellow dots, hiding in the checkout area right there. And the third yellow dot is actually Mr. Roeder, who's continuing to head out of the store. What's important here, as you start to realize the defendant completely understood the difference between wrong and right, is that purple dot is the defendant. He sees the law enforcement response. What he has done is beyond wrong. And he knows it. And he knows the police are there in response to what he has done. He's distinguishing between wrong and right. He's not looking out that window saying, I wonder who those people in uniforms are. I wonder what brings them to King Soopers today. I hope it's nothing to do with me. He knows that what he's done is wrong. I mean, the embodiment of everything wrong in the world is what he's done at this moment.
Objection. Inflaming the passions.
He's killed.
Sustained.
Rather than inflame your passions, I'll put it this way. He's killed 10 people. That's wrong. And now the police are there. And for the first time, the defendant's going to retreat. He's actually going to go the other way. He's going to stop charging ahead and he's going to retreat because the police are there and represent in this moment in time, on March 22nd, what's right. And he knows it's in response to what he's done. So you're going to see him start to back up here. And I've hit play. The small blue dots are the police officers. And you're going to see them start to come together. And I'm going to walk you through this as you're watching it. And you'll see it again during the trial. But the police officers start to gather behind Trelawny's car. And one can imagine that they're confused and they're nervous. And they gather there for a moment and they pause. But you'll see and you'll hear and you'll learn that one of them says, active shooters, we go. Active shooters, we have to go. Go. And everyone starts to run. You see them there. And they start to move to the east doors. And the defendant's in that back left corner of the supermarket. And then you see more blue dots coming from the left-hand side of the screen, the east side of the store, outside. And they're moving up together. And then another officer coming, and that's Officer Capobianco from the bottom of the screen, coming back up. There's 11 of them at this point. And the defendant is about to ambush them because he knows what he has done is wrong and horrific. So he heads down to the aisle that lines up with the front door. And he looks down that aisle. And then he jumps out in the aisle with the assault rifle and opens fire at the police officers. And he fires repeatedly at the police officers. Most of the police officers don't see where the gunfire is coming from at this point because he just jumped out at the end of the aisle. This is a picture from outside those front doors, but inside the vestibule on the east side, in which you see there are two police officers. I'm sorry that the picture's blurry, but I'm sorry because that's the glass that's being smashed by the defendant's gunfire. And it is terrible that we almost have 3, 4, or 5 more dead people. Those bullets are right about at head height, ripping through the windows in the front area and then going through those back windows. That officer you see on the right-hand side of the screen, that's Officer Brandon Braun. Officer Braun works for the University of Colorado Police Department. They may, as you may know, they have their own police department. Officer Braun responded when he heard the calls from help from King Soopers. He jumped in someone else's car and drove another person's police car to King Soopers. When he got to King Soopers, he jumped out and he went to the trunk because that's where they keep the armored vest. And he went to open the trunk, but he couldn't figure out how this particular car's trunk opened. So he just left the armored vest behind and he ran to King Soopers. And he joins up with this group. He's right there on the right-hand side of your screen. When the glass starts breaking all around their heads from the defendant's gunfire, Officer Braun gets hit in the face with glass in his eyes and across his face. And he believed, and the other officers believed, he'd been shot. He is lucky to be alive. And he staggers back, and they take him back, and they're clearing the glass from his eyes to see if he's actually been shot in the face. And then they're patting down his body to see if he's bleeding at all from any wound. This is the inside of the store at that moment. You see the officers ducking there at the bottom of the screen. The door, where it looks like it's misshapen, that's the glass shattering at head height where the defendant opened fire on them. That police officer who's ducking, where you could see the front of her hat, that's Officer Jenny Schmeitz. She joined the Boulder Police Department 1 week earlier. She'd worked for law enforcement in other places, but this is 1 week in with the Boulder Police Department. The defendant tried to kill all these police officers. These are the same doors that Mr. Ponsford was standing next to where the defendant passes up the shot. But here he ambushes them and he tries to kill them because he knows they're in response to what he did. There's a police officer who does see the defendant at the end of the aisle, and that's Officer Richard Steidel. So this is a list of all the police officers who the defendant tried to kill. I'm only going to talk for now about Officer Richard Steidel. Officer Steidel dove to the ground when the defendant opened fire with his assault rifle, and then waited, because he correctly guessed that when the defendant jumped out of sight, that the defendant would come back and try to kill them again. And he was right about that. And when the defendant stepped back in the aisle to open fire on the police officers again, Officer Steidel opened fire, bless you, with his handgun. And even though it's a far distance for a handgun, he was able to hit the defendant in the leg. And the defendant stumbles and staggers out of sight. The defendant then walks around the corner. He sits down on the floor. He gets up. He walks around. He stumbles. You'll see the wind is completely out of his sails at this moment. He's done. His ability to instill fear in others, that's over. And the killing is over. But this incident still has not ended. But what you learn next, what happens next, will help you answer those questions about sanity at the end of the trial. Because there's now a tremendous police response to King Soopers. And a vehicle pulls up from the Boulder Police Department. And that vehicle has a big loudspeaker on the roof. And from the loudspeaker, you can hear, "This is the Boulder Police Department. Come out and surrender. The store is surrounded. Surrender now." And when you ask yourself in deliberations, does the defendant know the difference between wrong and right? You'll ask yourself this question: what did he do when they demanded that he surrender? He put down the gun, he put down the ammo, he put down the handgun and the handgun ammo. He takes off the carrier vest, he takes off his shirt, and he takes off his pants. And he's just in his underwear. And he puts his hands up. And in response to law enforcement demanding that he surrender, he says, "I surrender, I give up." The police can't hear it because he's still off to the side. But the people hiding in the pharmacy, praying that they're not going to get killed, they hear him say, "I surrender, I give up." That's how you're going to answer the question of, did he know the difference between wrong and right? He stripped down to his underwear because he knew that if he presented any armed threat to law enforcement, they would likely shoot him again and kill him. And he wanted to live. The police can't see him because he's out of sight. He's over by the pharmacy area. So they continue to make the announcement. And the women in the pharmacy, the witnesses who will testify, they hear him then say, "I've stripped down to my underwear. What else do you want me to do?" There's no hallucinating. There's no delusion. There's no confusion. There's no question. The police are there, and he's trying to surrender to the authorities for a mass murder that he committed. Ultimately, the police get inside the store, and it's Broomfield Police Department. Denver Police Department, members of the Sheriff's Office, members of Boulder Police Department. And they come in, and you'll learn that they order the defendant to do several things. Turn away from us, back up, move to the right, back up again, keep your hands up. Now go on your knees, put your hands behind your back. And he understands and complies with every single command. There's no question, there's no confusion. He's not saying, who are you here for? What have I done? What's happened? He knows fully well that he's committed the mass murder and that he's about to be arrested. And he complies with every command that the police give him. And he's handcuffed. And now SWAT and the police officers start to go through the store and they're rescuing other survivors. And they're pulling people from the pharmacy, from the dairy section, off the shelves. That there was a Broomfield police officer who was working his way through the front of the store. He finds this on the ground. This is a 30-round magazine. It's a large capacity magazine. And the police officer picks it up as he assumes SWAT dropped it when they went in. The Broomfield officer looks at it and he assumes that SWAT dropped it because civilians, non-law enforcement, are not permitted to possess or purchase 30-round magazines. The carnage that they can cause without someone having to reload. So he realizes it must belong to SWAT. The officer looks at it and then looks inside and sees that it's empty. Then he looks down and he sees Denny Stong's body, or Denny Crawl, before being killed by the defendant. And he realizes that this 30-round magazine belonged to the mass shooter. And he realizes with horror that he's holding the very magazine that was used to kill Denny Stong. And after that, he's going to realize that he can no longer hurt him. There's a lot of trauma. I'm going to put this back on because the victim family members who are in the overflow room likely want to hear what we're saying. So nearly everything that I've described, nearly everything the defendant chose to do that day is captured on video. King Soopers had surveillance video inside and outside the store. There's also body-worn camera recordings from many of the police officers who responded. And on this, there are those videos. There's also the 911 calls, and there's the animations that the FBI put together to show you where people were and how they were moving. This video exhibit alone would prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Because it shows you that he acted with intent and that he knew the difference between wrong and right on March 22nd. And if this was all we had, I would argue the defendant's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. But I'd be doing a disservice to the victims. And you have an important job to do as jurors. And I'd also be disregarding the investigation that was conducted after the shooting that will show you so much about the defendant's planning and preparation. But that video exhibit alone would prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. It will answer the questions, that alone. Could he form intent? Yes. Did he know the difference between right and wrong? Yes. But there's so much more. There is so much more. This video exhibit, though, will allow us to do a couple things that are really important that I want to share with you this morning. First, instead of this trial going 2.5 months, we're going to be done in 2.5 weeks. because so much of what the defendant did was captured on video. Instead of calling 360 named witnesses for this case, which there were, we'll call at most 60. Instead of showing you the photos, of which there are hundreds and hundreds of the victims laying on the ground in King Supers, you won't have to see a single one of those because you're going to see them fall to the ground on video. Instead of showing you the autopsy for each of the 10 victims with the trajectory rods that show what direction bullets were traveling through their body, there's no need for you to see those. You won't have to see the hundreds of autopsy photos because we have this. So it's going to allow us, as the prosecution, as the people, to show you what you need. Not every ounce of horror that the defendant inflicted upon the world that day. And you'll learn through the testimony the defense has all of this. But to prove the case, the prosecution need only show you this. But there's so much more. You'll learn that when police officers went to the hospital, certain items from the defendant's person, like swabbing his hands, taking photographs of him, and so on. And then they were going to transport him to the jail because he was released from the hospital the next day after being treated. You'll see a video that shows the defendant, law enforcement walking into his hospital room, him not saying anything like, "Who are you? Why are you here? What have I done?" Instead, they read to him the warrant they have, and they say, "Now we have to check some things. Can you give us your right hand? Can you give us your left hand? Can you move forward? Can you move back? Can you stand up? Can you put your hands behind your back so we can handcuff you? We're going to take you to the jail now." He does all of those things without any question, without any confusion, and certainly without any hallucination or delusion. He completely understands what's happening. It's law enforcement. He's under arrest. They're there to take him to the jail. They have a warrant approved by a judge saying they get to do certain things to document the evidence in the case. And there's no confusion at all. Let's talk about the mental illness and the not guilty by reason of insanity plea that the defendant has asserted. This is the definition, again, of not guilty by reason of insanity. Incapable of distinguishing right from wrong and unable to form the mental state of intent. And this is at the time of the shooting on March 22nd. You're going to hear about everything from prior to the shooting and everything after the shooting, but the question will be, was he sane on March 22nd? And you'll be able to consider all the planning and all the preparation leading up to the shooting. I'm going to take you through some of this now to give you a preview of what you'll see during the course of the trial. So as you talked about in jury selection, you're going to want to know about his mental health treatment prior to the shooting. Understandably, you're going to want to hear about his inability to function, the tests, the brain scans, the treatment that he had, the doctors that he went to, the medication that he was prescribed, and the inpatient hospitalization that he went through. We're going to talk a lot about that, but that testimony is going to be pretty short because he never went to the hospital. He never received any medication. He actually never went to a single doctor for anything related to mental health before killing 10 people on March 22nd. Certainly had no treatment. There were no brain scans. There were no tests, and he was functioning. In fact, prior to the shooting, he's driving his car every day. He's working 10 hours a day, 6 days a week at a family restaurant. 10 hours a day, 6 days a week at family restaurants. The family lives in Arvada, and around this time, they're owning 4 or 5 restaurants. And the defendant works there on a regular basis, as do many members of the family. This is prior to the mass shooting. But I want to be really clear. From the investigation, it was learned the defendant was struggling with mental illness prior to the mass shooting. Because after the mass shooting, the family was interviewed by law enforcement and by the FBI, and they described seeing the defendant being withdrawn, mumbling, acting odd, laughing to himself, and presenting concerning behaviors. And that during the pandemic, those things became worse when he stopped going to the gym as much and his life changed, and he was basically just going from home to work and work to home and home to work and work to home. And during the pandemic, these things were exacerbated. And he started to show signs of paranoia, and he wondered if the FBI was following him. And he talked to his family about the fact that he thought he was being followed. We're going to share all of that with you. And you're going to learn about the fact that after he was arrested, he was taken to the Boulder County Jail. And when he was taken to the Boulder County Jail, at his demand, he was left isolated and untreated from March through December. And I say that because yesterday, some of you pointed out, did the mental illness get worse after the shooting? He did just kill 10 people. Isolated, untreated, alone in a cell, at his demand, roughly 24 hours a day, every day after gunning 10 people down. Then he begins to get treated by doctors. And the doctors learn that he came to the United States at a very early age. And I share this with you because yesterday we talked about cultural barriers to mental health. And that's real. And we'll talk about it during the trial. That's real. But you're going to learn as part of that analysis that he came to the U.S. at a very early age. He grew up in this area. He graduated from Arvada West. And his family has been very successful in their restaurant business. And he's worked in the restaurant business through high school and after he graduated from high school. So let's be clear. Every doctor believes the defendant has a mental illness. You're going to hear during the course of the trial, the defendant's been examined by a bunch of different doctors. They determined the defendant has a mental illness, but it comes nowhere close to legally insane. When they diagnosed the defendant, they determined the defendant has schizophrenia, along with millions of other people in the world. Millions of other people who have schizophrenia. And you'll learn from the doctor, there are basically what are called positive signs of schizophrenia and negative symptoms of schizophrenia. Positive are more on display. In other words, you can see them, hallucinating, delusions, and so on. The defendant had auditory hallucinations, voices that I'll talk about in a moment, but otherwise he largely displayed negative symptoms of schizophrenia, which are being withdrawn, unwilling or unable to communicate, unwilling or unable to engage in conversation. And they diagnosed him with schizophrenia. Certainly, the fact that the defendant refused medication, refused treatment, refused to talk about what he had done at King Soopers and why, made the doctor's job more difficult during his treatment, but also during his sanity evaluation. He didn't make that process very easy on the doctors, because when they asked him a bunch of questions, he would say, I'd rather not talk about that. Why'd you do this? I'd rather not talk about that. Why'd you do this? I'd rather not say. The doctors conducted a very thorough sanity evaluation of the defendant. So when the defendant entered a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity, you'll learn that Judge Bakke ordered the state hospital to conduct an evaluation by neutral experts. And there were two doctors appointed to conduct the evaluations, Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray. The prosecution will call both of them to testify. And you'll learn that Dr. Torres and Gray reviewed all of his medical treatment records, spoke to all of his attending physicians, spoke to the medical team, spoke to the prosecution, spoke to the defense, reviewed all of the reports, video, everything in the case. And they interviewed the defendant on video a number of times. The defendant didn't make it easy because initially he didn't want to be interviewed. He skipped one session, and then he didn't want to be interviewed on video. But ultimately, they were able to go through everything. And they were able to determine, Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray, that the defendant was sane on March 22nd, 2021. defendant was sane on March 22nd. You will learn that the prosecution then retained an outside expert to review those doctors' work, the interviews that the doctors had conducted of the defendant, and all the reports and all the video and all the photos in the case, everything in the case. And this doctor, like Dr. Torres and Gray, worked on it for months. And he also concluded the defendant was sane on March 22nd, 2021. Not guilty by reason of insanity. Referenced in jury selection yesterday about some experts testifying the defendant sane, some experts testifying the defendant's insane. It's what we call a battle of the experts. Except it's not going to happen in this case. Every doctor who examined the defendant for purposes of sanity, who's going to testify in this trial, determined the defendant was sane. I'm going to come back to that in a minute. One of the things they considered very carefully in making that determination was the voices. And the defendant, you'll learn, the defendant referenced the voices very often. Often. He either called it a voice at times or voices plural. And he talked about having a voice inside his head or voices inside his head. And of course, the doctors, because it's their job, are really focused on the voices. And they want to understand what role did the voices play? Did the voices, were they commands? Did they command him to do this? Did they tell him it was justified in any way? So you're going to hear they focused on this a lot. And the defendant would often just say the voices, and the doctors would say, well, why'd you drive there? The voices. Anything else? No. What'd the voices say to you? Just the voices. Bless you. Why'd you commit a mass shooting? The voices. What about the voices? Just the voices. And they looked at this really closely, as they should, and as you will, because I know from jury selection that you are a thoughtful group of people who want to reach the right outcome in this case for the right reasons. That was very clear from jury selection, and we appreciate that very much. And if you follow the evidence and apply the law, you will reach the right outcome in this case. Because you'll learn from the doctors that they did everything they could to try to get more information from him. As they put it, bordering on asking blatantly leading questions. Like saying, did the voices make you do it? Did you feel justified by the voices? Because they're trying to get him to say if that's true. And I'm going to show you a couple of the question and answer exchanges. They can't be used, these conversations, in finding him guilty of murder, but you can evaluate the sanity claim by looking at these conversations. And the judge will give you more instructions on that. But every doctor who conducted a sanity evaluation determined he was sane. Every doctor. Dr. Torres, at the restaurant, how did the voices impact you? Defendant, I would just keep working. He worked the day before the mass shooting. Dr. Torres, about the voices, did you feel justified in any way? No. Dr. Torres, did you think it was a good behavior to engage in? No. And he certainly knew the difference between wrong and right. And this next slide I'm going to show you is one you're going to remember when you're asked to answer this question at the end of the trial. Dr. Gray, when you decided to surrender, what did you think would happen then? They would take me to jail. Because he knew what he had done was wrong. Dr. Torres, did you want to die at that moment? Yes. Dr. Torres, why'd you want to die at that moment? What was going on that you had that desire? I did not want to go to jail. This is a rational calculation. He's just committed a mass shooting. He knows it's wrong, so his choices are die or go to jail. And he chooses to go to jail by stripping down to his underwear and surrendering to law enforcement. You'll be able to evaluate all of this during the course of this trial. But one thing the doctors looked at really carefully, and they're experts, but you don't have to be an expert. As we talked about in jury selection, you were able to identify some of the things you'd want to know. And you said yesterday, what about his planning? Can we consider his planning? Yes, you can. And did we learn anything about his planning? Oh, yes, we did. His planning and preparation included the following, ladies and gentlemen. He looked up on his phone, are 30-round magazines legal in the state of Colorado? The answer is no. Then he purchased 30-round magazines to kill 10 people at King Soopers. He bought an optic sight for his gun. In case you were wondering when I said shot in the head, shot in the head, shot in the head, how does someone have aim that good? They buy an optic sight that's battery powered, that inside the sight, you see a red light, and whatever you're pointing that red light at, whatever it lands on, it's not on the person's body, it's in the sight. But whatever red light is on, that target is going to be hit. And he bought that sight. He also researched what is the most deadly type of round or bullet. When Suzanne Fountain was shot in the back and it blew out the front of her left breast and went all the way down the aisle on March 22nd, when Eric Talley's head had a bullet go through it from left to right, taking his life, that happened on March 22nd. That started on January 20th. When this guy is looking on his phone to see what's the most deadly type of bullet, what's the most deadly type of round, and then he starts researching it. And when you hear about the autopsies from the doctor that we call, and the doctor will say, I found green tips in this body, and I found green tips in this body. And you learn that green tips are the kinds of bullets that are used to pierce steel. They're also the kind of bullets that he found when he looked on January 20th. If he had planned these murders that morning, March 22nd, he's guilty. But 62 days earlier, he's planning to kill people with the most deadly type of bullet there is. And he's shopping and he's looking. In fact, from his phone, a computer forensic expert finds that he's researching prior mass shootings. And he looks at the El Paso Walmart, Texas mass shooting, where a guy went in and killed 23 people in Walmart. And by the way, there are a lot of similarities between that shooting and this one. And he looks at that one, and in that description that he finds online, it says the Walmart shooter was inspired by the Christchurch, New Zealand shooter who killed 51 people. So then he looks at the Christchurch shooter, and he looks at that one. And in terms of knowing the difference between wrong and right, he learns that both of those shooters surrendered to law enforcement. They were arrested, prosecuted, and convicted. He knows just from the inspiration that he's seeking that it's also absolutely wrong. And he's researching prior shootings. Then he looks at an overwhelming number of guns, ammo, and equipment on his phone. And this is from January 1st to March 22nd. It's not that much time. It's weeks and months, and it shows that he planned it, but it's not that much time. So January 1st, I imagine some of the victims woke up saying, I'm going to go to the gym more. I'm going to read more. I'm going to spend more time with my loved ones. He woke up January 1st and started planning a mass shooting. When I say he looked at an overwhelming number, 6,000 images of guns, ammo, and equipment that he's looking for, because he's looking to commit a mass shooting. That also includes bomb-making materials, ladies and gentlemen. He starts looking at images of bomb-making materials. The number of those images, 400. He takes it one step further. He starts shopping for these things. He's looking at all these different websites, shopping for them. Then he starts buying them. Guns, ammo, equipment, and bomb-making materials. Some of it found on his person, some of it found in his car outside King Soopers, and some of it found in his house. Some of the guns and ammo found in his house belonged to his family members, but a bunch belonged to him. And you're going to see that he ordered it to carry out a mass shooting. And from his phone, we know that he targeted Boulder. He targeted Boulder. He lives and works in Arvada. But in the weeks leading up to, the days leading up to, the hours leading up to this mass shooting, Boulder's showing up in his phone more and more and more. And what he's looking at on his phone is causing a list of places in Boulder to be recorded by his phone. And he's going to pull into the first big place in South Boulder that he comes across on March 22nd. And he's going to kill 10 people and try to kill 25 others. On March 16th, January 19th, he buys an assault rifle. January 19th, he buys an assault rifle.
The
Mr. Dunn.
approach.
Yes, sir.
March 16th, he picks up an assault rifle. Second, and that's the one he's going to use at King Supers. March 17th, he's on his phone, and he's putting notes on his phone about how to conduct a mass shooting, how to move while shooting. He did when he killed Kevin Mahoney. He also, on his notes on his phone, he puts things about how to clear a hallway. Do you know how to clear a hallway? It means when you're in a gunfight, how you do that without being shot. You're going to see it on the King Supers video. He wrote it on March 17th, practiced it, and then he acted it out in deadly and horrific fashion on March 22nd. I'm going to end with this, ladies and gentlemen. Be true to your oath. Those are the words Judge Baca said. That means don't look up the case on social media. Don't check the news. If you do those things, it derails the trial. Trial for which people have been waiting a long time. So if you go home tonight and your family member says, started planning it in January, that conversation can't happen. You go in the back later, even on a break with your fellow jurors. And you say to her, did the DA just say that there's no expert testifying this guy's insane? That conversation can't happen.
Got to wrap it up, Mr. Doherty.
Save that for the deliberations. Follow the law. Follow the evidence. And we will reach that. He is.
All right, we're going to take our morning break. Thank you for your attention. Mr. Collins will take you out. I know that the admonition I would go over, Mr. Dougherty just raised it once again. Please keep in mind, don't talk to anybody. You'll be in the jury room. Don't talk amongst yourselves. We'll see you back here at 5 after 11 for Mr. Dunn's opening statement, and then we'll break for lunch. Thank you. Rise for the jury, please. What's the nuisance?
Do not care. Yeah, don't you normally like 20? And then I hear a little, I do not care. Okay.
You see if right after yourself on it.
So we're just gonna take it back now.
You need help?
Do you need anything? Are you good? Okay. Yeah, you can, I'll sit next to him. I do here, so.
Folks ready? Ready? Okay,
Yeah, sure.
you want to bring them in?
Yeah, it's good to go. I was just gonna wait, so. No.
All right, thank you. Yeah. Do you have the mic on? Do you want to? Okay. I gotcha. Do you mind if we turn the microphone towards you or down there? Mine will also reach over there if you'd like. It's up to you. We tested it. You good? I mean, it would reach right there where, okay, why don't you go ahead and squeeze this in on her table. There you go. You can actually move it over. You know, the minute I sit down there, I'm in, you're gonna have to get up.
You standing and me not makes me nervous.
All right, thank you. Please be seated.
Over these next few weeks, this case is going to envelop you in the suffering and grief. Those who lost their lives on March 22nd, 2021. Those who survived. And those who lost loved ones and coworkers because of the actions of my client, Mr. Ahmad Alissa. Mr. Doherty spent a lot of time during his opening statement previewing for you the government's case. They're going to tell you a lot about that grief, about that suffering, that Mr. Alissa's actions brought upon the victims for the case that we're here to discuss. Mr. Alissa's counsel, we are not asking you to forget that suffering. We're not endeavoring that you amplify that or diminish that. And as you heard in jury selection, we are not contesting that the person that killed 10 innocent people and brought fear to so many others and grief and suffering to countless people. We are not contesting that that was Ahmad Al Aliwi. What we in the court is requiring you to do, though, is not allow that grief and that suffering to control each of your decisions in this case. You just swore an oath at the end of the day yesterday that you will review the evidence, that you will employ your common sense, and that you will apply the law. And that's what will drive your decision. Not emotion, not passion, not bias, not prejudice. One of the reasons that we talk so much in jury selection about this is because we understand what toll this could take on every single one of you. That is a difficult oath to swear in a case like this. But that's the oath that you swore. That's the oath you must follow. You must look at the evidence. You must use your common sense. And you must apply the law. What the evidence in this case will show is that during his late teenage years, Mr. Alissa began exhibiting signs that we now know were the onset of schizophrenia. We know this because Mr. Alissa, over time, for years prior to going to King Soopers on March 22nd, 2021, showed signs of schizophrenia. These signs took the form of social withdrawal. Not the biggest thing in the world for a teenage boy to do. But then that was paired with stopping to speak. Ahmad, he sat in the corner quietly. Ahmad, he wouldn't speak unless spoken to. Ahmad, his responses, sometimes they didn't make sense. The evidence will show that Mr. Alissa also became paranoid. He thought people were following him. He thought people were surveilling him. He became delusional. He thought that for some reason, this teenage boy was being surveilled by the FBI. His thinking was nonsensical. And we also know that he had hallucinations. What are termed auditory hallucinations, hearing voices in his head, screaming voices broadcast, not from the outside, but between his ears. And that all these symptoms coalesced and were present, not just on the day of March 22nd, 2021, but in the years and months preceding that. And sadly, those symptoms were left untreated. You're going to be asked to employ your common sense. is someone who is actively psychotic, who's hearing voices that tell them, that yell at them, that they perceive and that they are influenced by to think, commit a mass shooting. Is that person sane? Is the influence of a chronic illness and the resulting symptoms, is that the reason that they did this? The evidence is clear that that's the case, and your common sense will prevail. It needs to when you apply the law. The law in this matter is simple. The prosecution already conceded in jury selection. They're not contesting that Mr. Alissa has the mental disease or defect, namely schizophrenia. So really your question is whether or not he was capable of distinguishing right from wrong. Mr. Alissa, he had the intent to kill people when he went there. And just like we talked about there during the jury selection process, the law says you can have intent and be insane. But what the law doesn't allow is for you to ignore plain, clear evidence of someone's mental illness that is severe and chronic and say, that person was sane. That person was capable of telling right from wrong. That simply is not the case. This is the black letter formal law in Colorado as it applies in this case. And really, it's two parts. The first part, again, is simple. Was Ahmad Alissa's mind so diseased or defective? And again, that sounds like archaic medieval language, but that's the language of the law. Was that still on March 22nd, 2021? Yes, it was. That's the simple part. The simple part is made simple because, as Mr. Doherty, in the last minutes of his opening statement, articulated, there have been several doctors over the past 3.5 years that have evaluated Mr. Alissa. Every single doctor that has evaluated Mr. Alissa, it's not a belief, it's a diagnosis. It is a diagnosis that he has schizophrenia. And that, of course, as you heard Mr. Doherty say, is an affliction that unfortunately many people struggle with. But this isn't a run-of-the-mill, everyone has it version. This is a severe form of schizophrenia. This is a treatment-resistant form of schizophrenia. And pertinent and material to the question of whether or not he was capable of distinguishing right from wrong, this was an untreated form of schizophrenia when Mr. Alissa took the actions he did on March 22nd of 2021. The more complex task, the task that's going to involve more than watching a video on a hard drive, is for you to determine whether or not Mr. Alissa was incapable of distinguishing right from wrong. I'm not going to stand up here and tell you that that's going to be easy. If it was easy, we wouldn't be here. But what it requires is for you to look and weigh the evidence of the case. And that doesn't fit nicely and neatly into a narrative that just because Mr. Alissa could premeditate and had intent, that he was sane. It doesn't even fit nicely and neatly into a narrative that because he understands that what he did was illegal, he was sane. The law in Colorado actually says You can understand what you're doing is illegal and you can be insane. Let me repeat that. The law in the state of Colorado and in this courtroom is that you can understand what you're doing is illegal and you can be insane. So within that framework, within those guidelines, that's the way that you view the evidence, and that's the way you employ your common sense. Several doctors over the course of many years have evaluated Mr. Alissa. They all come to the same conclusion. Part 1 of the test is unrefuted and unquestioned. Part 2, though, will require an examination, not only of what schizophrenia is, but what Mr. Alissa's form of schizophrenia looks like. Schizophrenia. During jury selection yesterday, there was a gentleman up in the back corner who sort of just admitted very vulnerably and very honestly, I'm not really sure even what that means. We've talked about it. I don't know what it is. And as you can see, I am not a psychologist. I'm not a psychiatrist. But what those people, those expert witnesses are going to testify to is that schizophrenia is a chronic illness. Chronic meaning it does not have a cure that we know of. But the seed that where schizophrenia comes from is genetic. And that it can be triggered by environmental factors, such as stress, such as trauma, and chemical imbalances in our brain. To be diagnosed with schizophrenia, you must exhibit having a psychotic episode. Psychotic episodes are marked by these symptoms: hallucinations, delusions, paranoia, disorganized thinking, poverty of thought, poverty of speech, and reduced emotional expression. This top set, hallucinations, delusions, paranoia, disorganized thinking, those are what are termed as positive symptoms. Now, those aren't meaning those are more observable, despite what the prosecution just told you in opening, and they're open. What those mean essentially in layman's terms are that these are features that those of us without schizophrenia don't possess. Someone without schizophrenia doesn't have hallucinations. Someone without schizophrenia doesn't have identifiable, diagnosable delusions. They don't have paranoia. This bottom set of symptoms, poverty of thought, poverty of speech, reduced emotional expression, those are termed negative symptoms. And like the term suggests, it means that a person with schizophrenia is lacking in what otherwise someone with schizophrenia does not have. So poverty of thought, exactly what it sounds like. The content of your thought, it's less. Poverty of speech, you don't talk very much. Reduced emotional expression, lacking. And I'll discuss all of these more in greater detail, specifically how they manifested in Ahmad Al Alissa's behavior. I talked about how schizophrenia is defined like having a psychotic episode, meaning that over a temporal period, you exhibit multiple of these symptoms, specifically more the positive symptoms like hallucinations, delusions, paranoia. And as you've heard, Mr. Alissa was diagnosed with having schizophrenia up to, leading, and on the day of March 22nd, 2021 by several doctors that evaluated him. It sounds scary, but it's a clinical term. And it's important that we understand what that means. It means that prior to the offense and on the day of the shooting, Mr. Alissa was in the throes of a psychotic episode. Does that sound sane? Unfortunately, schizophrenia is a chronic illness. That means there is no cure that we know of. There is treatment, though. That treatment takes the form of a regimen of antipsychotic medication paired with professional psychotherapy. As you heard, sadly, tragically in this case, Mr. Alissa was untreated. He had never seen a doctor that was able to diagnose him and prescribe a treatment regimen. Now you may ask why, and you'll hear testimony about that. But the question isn't the morality of should he have been seen by a doctor? Could he have been? Why wasn't he? The facts, the evidence, are that he was untreated with schizophrenia when he got out of his car and started shooting people on March 22nd, 2021. I want to talk to you now about some of these symptoms that are specific to Mr. Alissa, that were present leading up to and on the day of March 22nd, 2021, and have been present for the months and years while he's been under constant surveillance after being arrested by police inside the store that day. Mr. Alissa has what are termed auditory hallucinations. That is one of the, quite frankly, scarier symptoms that you'll hear testimony about. The form of his auditory hallucinations, as he articulates them, are that it's screaming, it's yelling. The voices, they just yell. The voice, it just screams. I want you to imagine that. Between your ears, where you have no shelter or reprieve, and you can't identify the source of it, you just hear yelling, you just hear screaming. Being broadcast, not on a certain schedule, not in a certain time, but ever present in your mind. Because the one place that we can never escape from as human beings is our own mind. And that's what was being broadcast in Ahmad Alissa's mind. Were yelling voices, screaming voices that he did not know the source of. Because again, he was untreated, he was undiagnosed. I'm about to play a clip of this video. This is from earlier this year. So this is several years after the shooting occurred. And this is during the course of several evaluations that Dr. Gray and Dr. Torres, that you heard Mr. Doherty talk about in opening statements, performed their court-ordered sanity evaluation of Mr. Alissa's condition. There was a long delay in them even being able to perform this evaluation because Mr. Alissa was so ill and so symptomatic. And he has such a severe form of schizophrenia that he is treatment resistant. And only after several years could he even do this.
I had this question before as well. Or so, we've asked, like you said, the voices are what caused or resulted in you conducting a mass shooting. You said that's just what came to your head from their yelling. Can you think more of that? What's that? Wait.
That last frame, just the consistent voices. You're going to see throughout the course of this trial variations of that phrase a lot, coming from the mouth of Mr. Alissa. Particularly that word that he starts that short sentence with, just. And I'm going to come back to that. Mr. Alissa's hallucinations, tragically, are not limited, though, to auditory. Mr. Alissa also struggled with visual hallucinations. You're going to hear testimony during this trial regarding Mr. Alissa, who lived at his family home in Arvada months before this occurred, being up in the middle of the night at 3 a.m. His father, Mustafa, went down the hallway to use the bathroom that was adjacent to Mr. Alissa's room. Mr. Alissa wasn't in his bathroom, he wasn't in his room, but he, from that upstairs landing, Mustafa could see Ahmad sitting downstairs on the couch. He asked him, "It's 3 a.m., what are you doing?" Ahmad said, "Did you see him?" Mustafa's like, "What are you talking about?" "Did you see him? That man in the bathroom?" Mustafa goes to look in the bathroom. There's no man in the bathroom. It's the little old man in the corner. Goes back again, "Son, there's no one in the bathroom." "Oh, okay." Sadly, Ahmad Alissa's father did not understand and realize what his son was describing. As you heard me talk about yesterday, Ahmad Alissa is Arab American. He's part of an immigrant family that immigrated from Syria. Ahmad came to this country when he was very young. His father, not so much. In Syrian culture, one of the things that sometimes mental illness is confused with is demon possession, specifically what we call a jinn. That's what Mustafa thought was going on. He thought his son might have been possessed by a jinn. Sadly, tragically, we know now that wasn't the case. It wasn't demon possession. It was one of the many symptoms Ahmad was experiencing due to his untreated severe form of schizophrenia. Ahmad Alissa also was suffering from delusional and paranoid thinking. As early as his late teenage years, well before March 22nd of 2021, Ahmad Alissa began telling family that he was being followed. You'll hear testimony regarding several family members at different times describing Ahmad telling them, "We're being followed, I'm being followed." And I'm looking and there being no one there. He was delusional. He was seeing or thinking or perceiving a reality that did not exist. He thought that he was under electronic surveillance. He thought the FBI was tracking him and monitoring his movements through the use of his own electronics. You'll hear testimony that a laptop computer that he had, he put tape over the camera You heard testimony that he did the same thing to one of his cell phones. This goes beyond data security awareness. This goes beyond worrying about, oh, can someone see me in this camera? No. This is one of a constellation of symptoms that Ahmad Alissa displayed leading up to and on March 22nd of 2021. He was delusional. He was paranoid. And the reason that that matters, the reason that it's germane and material to the question of whether or not he was capable of distinguishing right from wrong, is because it influenced his behavior. He was hearing voices that were just yelling, screaming in his mind, that we can only imagine how that confused and distorted his thinking. And that's going on while he's delusional, while he's paranoid, and one is feeding the other. You're hearing screaming voices that you don't know the source of inside your own mind that no one else is hearing. You're not talking to anyone about it. You're not having anyone treat you for it. You're not having anyone diagnose you for it. And you think that people are following you. When you go to work, when you come home, when you're riding in the car, you think people are following you. Your reality is not the reality of the world. It's the reality of the illness in your mind. And you're also paranoid. You're thinking, the FBI, the government, they're surveilling me. They're watching me. Do they have something to do maybe with what's going on in my mind? Are they the ones who are following me? And then you just hear yelling and screaming. Does that sound like someone who is sane? Does that sound like someone who is capable of distinguishing right from wrong? And are those symptoms something that you could simply ignore or set aside that wouldn't influence your actions and behavior? So in the months leading up to this, Ahmad Alissa started buying guns. He started buying ammunition. But these symptoms that I just described, they were all present at that time too. So again, that's evidence you're going to hear. Apply your common sense. And look at what the law requires you to do in this case. You can't look at a few minutes in time to understand what occurred and why it occurred. Because the what and the why is in the context of the reality of Mr. Alissa's mind, a severely ill mind with an illness that was left untreated. His symptoms didn't stop there, though. Mr. Alissa also exhibited disorganized thinking. Her testimony that he did work at his family restaurant, specifically a single restaurant, the Salt and Grill in Arvada. They put him in the back. They put him in the kitchen, not out front. He had opportunities to take ownership of other family businesses. Didn't do it. He was absent-minded. He made several mistakes. Then he was arrested And for the last 3.5 years, he's been under the watchful eye of medical professionals and law enforcement. So we have data, we have a temporal period from before, after the event. And what does that data show? That shows that Mr. Alissa is engaged in nonsensical, irrational behavior. The party saw this in the questionnaire phase of this case. None of you responded this way, but others responded, mental illness, it's a cop-out. It's not real. It's something that people use to try to get out of responsibility when they commit a crime. Well, you heard Mr. Doherty's opening. He's positing that these doctors, they're giving him every opportunity to try to explain why he committed this mass shooting. And you'll hear testimony that over and over and over again, Mr. Alissa explains it the same way. It was just yelling. I thought I had committed the shooting because of the yelling. It was the screaming. Did you think it would stop? I don't know, probably. They were killing voices. A rational, sane person would take the opportunity to fully explain and work in their self-interest to give answers that are helpful to them. That's not what Ahmad Alissa does. These negative symptoms: withdrawal. You might think that's not a big deal. People change. Sometimes they're more social or less social. Ahmad Alissa's life became as narrow as it can be. As the symptoms deepened, as they got worse and worse, as his untreated illness continued untreated, his life became, I'm home, I go to work. And that happened over a long period of time. When he's at home, he's withdrawn. Ahmad, he would be in the corner. Ahmad, he wouldn't talk to you. You'd have to ask him something. Poverty of speech. Even when you asked him something, he might say 1 or 2 words. Sometimes it wouldn't make sense, nonsensical. Reduced emotional expression. Ahmad, he was never happy, he was never sad. He didn't do anything. Why is that important? Why is that material and germane to the question of whether or not he was capable of distinguishing right from wrong? Why does that still matter, even years later? You have someone who's experiencing auditory hallucinations and visual hallucinations. You have someone who had delusional thinking. You have someone who's paranoid. So you pair those actively psychotic features with then also someone who doesn't talk, doesn't express emotion, who has poverty of thought. And even those thoughts get mixed up, they get confused, they're disorganized. And then they withdraw themselves socially, even from and within the familial home. You have an individual that sadly wasn't seen for what was going on inside of his head. The untreated illness influenced his inability to articulate what was happening to him. He wasn't surrounded by people. He didn't have social interactions where someone was like, hey, we got to take you to a doctor. We got to get you some help. We have someone that lived this withdrawn life while inside their mind, there's yelling and screaming broadcast, and their reality is not what's happening in the world. Your common sense tells you, how would that not influence your behavior? How would that not influence your thinking? How would that not influence your actions? How does that not render you incapable of distinguishing right from wrong? With all of that going inside one young person's mind. Mr. Alissa killed 10 people. He was arrested immediately. He was taken to the hospital, and then he was taken to the county jail. Since December of 2021, he's been a patient at the state hospital in Pueblo. That's happened because his form of schizophrenia is severe. And his form of schizophrenia is also treatment resistant. In layman's terms, what that means is that it is very hard to manage the symptoms of Mr. Alissa's illness. We're here 3.5 years later because Mr. Alissa's illness. While he's been a patient at the hospital, he has undergone several court-ordered evaluations by several doctors. And for a long time, he was so ill that he could not even participate in the mental condition insanity evaluation that this court ordered Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray to perform. What does that evidence tell you? Mr. Alissa at the hospital was ordered to undergo treatment. He had to see a psychiatrist, he had to see a therapist, he had to participate in activities, and he was ordered to do so because his illness was not improving. What does that tell you? He was also then ordered to take medication. Not just any medication. He was ordered to take the antipsychotic of often last resort. What does that tell you? During opening, Mr. Doherty, the prosecution, the government, they kept looking over to our table and pointing and saying, that guy, the shooter, that guy, he killed those people. We're not running from that. But if you're going to point the finger at this guy, you deserve to hear the truth about him. This man, Ahmad Al Aliwi, he's an ill individual. And as I said, and let me be very clear about this point. Just because you have schizophrenia does not mean you are insane. I'll say that again. Just because you have schizophrenia does not mean you are insane. to have such a blanket rule or position will quite frankly be ignoring the facts of what this disease is. As we talked about in jury selection, illnesses show up on a spectrum. Mr. Alissa, however, she has a severe form of this illness. He has a form of this illness is what is clinically referred to as treatment resistant, meaning that therapy alone does not work, meaning that antipsychotics of a certain strength do not work. For him at all to get some relief from the symptoms that he has, he needs to take what's called Clozaril. That's been the only effective treatment in reducing the constellation of his symptoms. That is a very powerful antipsychotic. That is an antipsychotic that is not prescribed unless other antipsychotics and treatments have failed. It took a long time before this case could come to trial. The reason that we're here is because Mr. Alissa had an untreated severe form of schizophrenia. And the only thing that's worked to relieve some of those symptoms, not cure, because we know this is a chronic illness, but relieve some form of those symptoms, is taking the strongest antipsychotic that they'll prescribe him. Even with that, though, he still presents with certain symptoms. This antipsychotic isn't very effective at relieving some of the negative symptoms. But how we know in the external validation for how severe his disease is, isn't me telling you. It's because this medication, the one of last resort, it actually works some. Once he got on a regimen that worked of Clozaril, he began able to speak a little more. 1 or 2 word responses changed the sentences. His thinking became a little more organized. He started to understand that the screaming voices in his head were actually a symptom of schizophrenia, because the doctors over and over had to tell him, you present with symptoms, we're diagnosing with schizophrenia. And only after all that was he able, some 3 years later, to gain the wherewithal, to have the cognitive ability to actually articulate what led to him committing the shooting. Mr. Alissa didn't fail to speak about that, like the government suggests, out of this volitional choice. It was symptomatic of the disease. And only after taking this medication was he starting to talk. So again, external validation, not only for the disease, but the severity of it. Mr. Alissa was insane when he committed this mass shooting. What the government is asking you to decide is say he knew right from wrong because what he did was illegal. That is not the law in the state of Colorado. You can know what you did was illegal and still be insane. I want to talk about accountability because we talked about this during jury selection. Your verdict of insanity, it finds that Mr. Alissa committed these crimes. It acknowledges that he killed 10 people and put in fear for their life 25 others. If and when your verdict is that he was not guilty by reason of insanity, he will be sentenced.
Yes, sir.
It is IO4 and hold you, judge. It is an instruction the jury will receive. Insanity would be ignoring the actions of an insane person and saying that they're sane. Insanity is asking that a severely ill person who was untreated when they committed even the most horrendous of criminal acts be placed in a cage and not in a hospital. Insanity is refusing to accept overwhelming evidence that but for schizophrenia, sorry, this atrocity does not happen. This happened because Mr. Alissa had untreated schizophrenia. This happened because that untreated schizophrenia took the form of screaming voices telling him to commit a mass shooting. This happened because, along with those screaming voices, he also was delusional. His reality was not the reality of the world. He was paranoid. He thought people were following him. He thought people were after him. He's hearing screaming voices that he doesn't know the source of. And there's no emotion. He's not talking to anyone. And his thinking is disorganized. You have all that going on inside one person's mind. And the government's position is that that is saying that that is someone who can distinguish right from wrong, that that is someone who has the cognitive capability to determine right from wrong. That would be ignoring evidence. That would be ignoring, employing your common sense. That would be not applying the law. During jury selection, Mr. Kuffner told you we don't have to prove why. He's right. That element of instruction the court will give you, it doesn't have a numbered condition of why. We're talking about a mass shooting. If they could tell you why he did it, they would. They cannot prove that. And the reason they cannot is because the why, the influence, the motivation is insanity. The motive, the why is insanity. The insane person does not recognize that they are insane. The insane person does not have the wherewithal to understand their own insanity. The insane person does not have the cognitive ability to distinguish right from wrong. Fortunately, we are now in trial. You're going to hear evidence, not just of the victims of this case, not just of the trauma suffered by many, but you'll hear evidence that's material and relevant and germane to this question of Mr. Alissa's cognitive ability to distinguish right from wrong. You will hear evidence of Mr. Alissa's symptoms of his untreated schizophrenia, and you will hear evidence that that influenced his behavior and actions and thinking on March 22nd, 2021. And you will hear evidence that that influence that root cause of this was his disease. After hearing that, you will be asked to apply your common sense and apply it to the law. And each of you individually will be asked to render a verdict. You'll have to apply your own common sense to this and think, is this something where one tragedy requires a further injustice? Should someone who is untreated with a severe thought disorder like schizophrenia, where they heard voices screaming, broadcast in their head, when their reality of their mind was not the reality of the world, where they had paranoia, where they thought, something's after me. Not just on March 22nd, 2021, but for the years and months leading up to that. Is that a person who is sane? Is that a person who can distinguish right from wrong? No verdict in this case is going to bring back the lives that were lost. That is a sad and sobering reality. No verdict in this case will stop the voices in Ahmad Al Alissa's head that are yelling and screaming. We're returning a verdict of not guilty by reason of insanity, which acknowledges he did this. That will ensure that a further injustice is not done. That will ensure that this process of detached, unemotional, free from bias and prejudice, being judged by a jury of people that are asked to listen to all the evidence, apply their common sense, and apply the law, this works. Don't ignore the evidence. Employ your common sense. Apply the law. Will all lead to the conclusion that Ahmad Al Alissa was insane. It will lead to the conclusion that the motivation was his own insanity. It will lead to the conclusion that he could not cognitively distinguish right from wrong. There's been enough suffering. Don't compound that suffering with an injustice. Find Ahmad Al Alissa insane, as he was.
Want to remind you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone or by your means. So if there's members of your family involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, let me know about it immediately. You must not be or listen to any news reports of the trial. You must not consult any type of outside references. Finally, remember it's special important that you not form or express any opinion on the case before its findings to you. This definition applies to every recess and follow this instruction. Throughout the trial, we will resume the trial starting at 1:15. All right, thank you.
be here just before as she probably goes after recess to check on the measure. Excellent.
Thanks, John.
And you're going to send them a copy of Sam's. Okay. I don't think so. Thank you, though. Oh, yeah, just throw it this box right there. That's right.
Put that there. Oh, you need it. They call him down and have it there. If it's not crowding out.
I was thinking to use the desk like here,
Okay.
so that way there's more room for the vice presidents. So if that helps in here. Yeah.
But that is. We still have that. Oh. I'll get this week, see if I'm trying to figure out. I just think I put it here. Like you have a chance to see. Thank you. Yeah, they go to lunch. Yeah, they can. Yes, he said they can, so. Maybe we want something just like a little higher. Just. I don't know. The speaker.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. Please be seated. All right. Oh, it's Mr. Redden. Hi. Okay. We're waiting on a couple of jurors, but is there anything that we need to discuss outside the presence of the jury?
Your Honor, we forgot to put on record that Mr. Arnold was also stipulating the state's proposed 62 and 63 yesterday.
Okay, is that right, Mr. Arnold?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. When the jury gets in here, I will go ahead and announce that in the paper. Anything else?
No.
Okay, well, hopefully these jurors will get here soon. You may sit down.
Oh, okay, thank you.
So, Judge, juror number 7, Shannon Bushop, she got lost. She's close by. And juror number 11, Jose Serrano.
We're just waiting on the jury. You know, we might as well go off the record. ahead and invite the jury in. Will counsel please stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you all may be seated. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be getting started in just a moment or two. It is very important that you be here on time. We've lost about 18 minutes, so you're all like brides. We can't get started without all of you here, all right? All right, first order of business is that the parties have stipulated to the admission of exhibits, plaintiff's exhibits 62 and 63. Those exhibits are admitted. All right, next witness, or first witness, I should say.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Mary Kay Holtis.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
And can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Mary Kay Holthus, MaryKayHolthus.
Did you get that? She said that really fast. Yes, I got it. Okay.
I'm nervous on this side.
Please watch your step. Please sit close to the record.
Counsel?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Are you currently a judicial district court judge?
I am.
How long have you been on the bench?
Since 2019.
Were you elected or appointed?
Elected.
Since then, have you handled what we refer to as a mixed docket?
I have.
Can you describe what that is for the jury, please?
Means I do half criminal and half civil. So on some days I'm doing civil trials and calendars, and opposite days I'm doing criminal.
I want to focus in on criminal calendars. What types of matters are you handling on a day-to-day basis?
All types that come to the district court, which are basically felonies and gross misdemeanors.
Are there various types of hearings associated with criminal cases?
There are.
Would that include arraignments, guilty pleas, sentencings, revocations, and trials such as this?
It would.
Can you explain to the jury briefly what a guilty plea hearing is and how it unfolds?
A guilty plea hearing is when, I mean, obviously, you know, most cases don't go to trial, they negotiate. And it's a negotiation between the defense attorney and the state. Defendant will enter into a guilty plea agreement. And then at the guilty plea hearing, we do a canvass. They review paperwork, sign off on it, and then we also engage them orally to make sure they understand everything they're doing and the rights that they're giving up in exchange for their guilty pleas.
Subsequent to a guilty plea hearing, is in the matter set for sentencing?
It is.
And what is a sentencing?
A sentencing is when they're going to be sentenced. pursuant to negotiation or otherwise, whether they're going to get probation or prison. After we accept the guilty plea, we refer the matter to parole and probation. Parole and probation does what we call pre-sentence investigation report, criminal background, social background, medical background, all the history of the individual for consideration ultimately in passing sentencing.
Are there times in which a criminal defendant will appear in front of you out of custody?
Yes?
And are there other times in which they will appear in custody?
Yes.
As a result of that, are there some sentencing hearings in which people are remanded into custody from out of custody?
There are.
Are there security measures in place in the courtroom for these out-of-custody defendants as well as the in-custody?
Well, there's security in the courtroom. We have marshals and we have corrections officers watching. I don't know per se if there's anything special.
No, that answers the question. Are there times in which you will sentence someone to probation?
Yes.
Other times in which you may send them into custody, correct?
Yes.
When you sentence someone to probation, are they still monitored by the court in some way?
Not by the court, by parole and probation.
And what is parole and probation?
Parole and probation is the division responsible for supervising individuals that are on probation. They may have to report, they tell them what to do, help them find jobs, or put them in programming, get evaluations to see what kind of programming is best to serve that individual.
Are there times in which defendants who you presided over will get probation, they'll go out into the community, and then they'll essentially mess up on probation and so on?
Yes.
And would they be brought back in front of you at that point in time?
Not right away. Sometimes P&P tends to work with them a lot of times to give them multiple chances. But at some point, when they get to a certain level, then parole and probation will put on what we call a violation report, saying that they're violating a probation. Judge, it's time for you to take a look. We think they should go do their time now.
And then that goes in front of you, and what's that proceeding called?
Revocation hearing?
At revocation hearings, do you essentially make a decision if the defendant should remain on probation or be remanded into custody?
Yes.
I want to bring you back to November 20th of 2023. On that date, do you recall whether or not you took a guilty plea from the defendant in a prior case?
I do not specifically.
Okay. When I say the defendant, do you understand who I'm referring to?
I do.
Who?
Mr. Redden?
Do you see Mr. Redden in court?
I do. Sitting between his two attorneys over there at the table.
Would the record reflect identification of the defendant?
Okay. There's three gentlemen and he's
The middle
right in
guy. Yep.
Okay, let the record so reflect.
So as you sit here today, you don't recall taking a plea from the defendant?
I do not.
If I were to show you a document that memorializes that plea, would that maybe refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
May I approach?
Yes.
May.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh my God. Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
So I'm showing you court minutes as well as a guilty plea from November 20th of 2023. Our court minutes is essentially a record of any court proceeding that happens
They are.
in the courtroom. Do you recognize your name on there?
I do.
And do you see journal entry which suggests that you took the defendant's plea?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be on November 20th of 2023?
Correct.
Do you remember which charges he pled guilty to?
Attempt battery, substantial bodily harm.
Okay.
That I remember.
Okay. And so on this particular date, when you took the defendant's plea in the prior case, was he released from custody?
He was.
And was that pursuant to an agreement in the guilty plea?
Correct.
When he's released from custody, I would presume he goes back out into the community. Is that
He
correct?
does.
And then you set a proceeding to follow the guilty plea?
Correct. The
What was
sentencing. The sentencing date.
Okay. And you talked a little bit about the sentencing date. You mentioned that you received some materials to review in order to prepare for a sentence.
Right.
And in this particular case, did you receive those materials?
I did.
And what were those materials?
Well, I always have the guilty plea agreement, so I know what the negotiations were, and the pre-sentence investigation report, primarily.
Primarily, you said? If sentencing was set in this case on January 3rd of this year, when would you have prepared your calendar and reviewed those materials?
Sometime in the week prior,
And
usually
so-
closer in time, so I remember. I don't remember, because it was a holiday kind of time, it was our first day back. It may have been like the Friday before.
Okay. And so you know some things in advance about the defendant when you're going in to do a sentencing hearing, is that
Oh,
correct?
yeah,
Do you remember reviewing a PSI in this case?
I do.
Can you explain just briefly for the jury, when you're reviewing a PSI, what are the types of things you're looking for in order to determine the appropriate sentence?
Generally, the first thing, partly because it comes first in the PSI, is the age. Because depending on whether, if it's somebody older who's never been in trouble before versus somebody super young, a lot harder to send an 18-year-old to prison, to be honest. And just kind of, so age is what I look at first.
Continue.
And then I kind of peruse, is it somebody, do they have a lot of AKAs? That kind of gives you a little heads up. A look at the family background to kind of see what we're dealing with. Is this somebody who's had problems growing up? Has there been foster care kinds of situation? What's the family situation? A lot of times we'll have, dad's in prison, mom took off, raised by grandma, all those things that you're kind of mitigating maybe on some level the behavior, or trying to understand what you need to address and where you need to go. Obviously, one of the big things is the criminal history. I always jot down how many felonies, how many gross misdemeanors, how many misdemeanors, and then looking specifically at those, what types are they? Is this somebody who's got a drug issue that needs to be addressed? Are we looking at stolen identity of another, possessions of credit cards and stuff, which more often than not also indicates a drug problem, and where these crimes are focused. And then kind of in a separate category is violence. And sex offenders, I suppose, another one that are a little bit different.
Is prior violence an important factor for you when deciding whether to put someone back out on the streets or put them into custody?
Hugely.
And in this particular case, did you note prior violence in Mr. Redden's history when reviewing his PSI?
I did.
As you sit here today, do you have a recollection of any specifics?
I know that when I did the PSI, he was about 30 years old, and his first criminal conviction was in 2012, battery domestic violence. So literally, he hit 18 and it's domestic violence on his record. And throughout the remainder, until I saw him again, he averaged one battery domestic violence conviction a year, always. He had 3 felony convictions. He had an attempt theft that actually started out, it was pled to an attempt theft, but it started out as a robbery, which is the violent taking of property from someone else against their will, a classic crime of violence. He had 2 battery domestic violence felony convictions. You get a felony after you have so many misdemeanors, they start becoming felony. He had a battery with substantial bodily harm conviction. He had a gross misdemeanor for malicious destruction of private property, which started out as a attempt home invasion, meaning kicking in someone's home. Again, pled down to the malicious destruction. But I believe that was the one I had him on probation for. I didn't recall it, but I've since learned that he was in my department on probation for that, and I ultimately revoked him because of the case that I was seeing him on back at the time of the attack.
Okay, so that's a lot of information.
I know, sorry. I
Okay.
do that.
I appreciate that.
Okay, do me a favor, both of you, make sure you let him get his question out before you respond and vice versa. My court reporter is really good at what she does, but she's never mastered the art of taking down 2 people at the same time. Sorry.
In addition to criminal history, are you also reviewing the PSI to determine if that individual has had opportunities with probation, services, mental health treatment, and all those types of things?
Absolutely.
And in this case, as you perused Mr. Redden's PSI, did you see evidence to suggest that he had had several opportunities with the system when it comes to services.
I did. All of the crimes that we see, they're in a chart form, and then next to the chart is kind of what they got, probation, prison, violations and whatnot. And so you can tell that he had had probation a number of times, that he had violated a number of times. According to his report, he had gone through mental health court, had multiple sanctions and got in trouble a lot of times, but ultimately was passed through and graduated from the mental health court program. According to the PSI 2 times, he definitely had jail terms, and he had been to prison for on 1 term.
And so you had mentioned a moment ago, you have since realized that you previously revoked his probation.
Correct.
I want the record to be clear about that. When you're reviewing his PSI, preparing to sentence him when the incident occurs, you don't recall that information?
No, no clue.
Fair to say there are hundreds, if not thousands, of criminal defendants who've come in front of you over the years?
Yes.
And you have since learned that you had previously revoked his probation and sent him to jail?
Correct. And I don't know if I sent him to jail. I don't know if he was in custody and he stipulated that he had violated his probation. I mean, he may have been agreeable to it. I don't know any of the facts of that. I just know that I somehow ruled you're revoked.
Understood. I want to now move forward to January 3rd of this year. So on that date, you proceed into court for your criminal calendar.
Right.
Do you remember how many matters you had on that day?
I don't.
Were there a mix of both in custody and out of custody defendants?
Yes.
At some point in time, did Mr. Redden, was his case called?
It was.
If you can summarize for the jury what happened when his case was called initially.
I mean, nothing. It was just the typical. He was in on a bench warrant return as well, because after we let him out, he didn't show up. So Mr. Almasi, his attorney, had put him on for a bench warrant return, meaning come into court and ask not to quash the warrant, not to arrest him on it. And so...
and so everyone understands he was out of custody on the day of his sentence.
He was.
He had a bench warrant in that case, but he walked in from the street.
Correct.
When
he had failed to appear at the prior sentencing date.
Okay, that's what I'm looking for, Judge. So there was a prior sentencing date. He doesn't show up for that. A bench warrant is generated, and then he comes in out of custody at the second sentence.
Right.
Explain for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how it is that the sentencing starts to proceed. Who talks first, and how does that go?
The state always has the right to argue first. In a lot of negotiations, they'll negotiate away the right to argue for any particular sentence. They might agree to probation. They might make no recommendation. There's a number of things. They could stipulate to a sentence per the deal. In this case, because the defendant failed to appear, any negotiation previously offered by the state is off the table, and the state, what we call, regains the right to argue. So even if they were agreeing to some other sentence previous, because he failed to appear, they have the right to argue for the sentence. So,
so in this case, that occurred, and then I would presume the deputy district attorney that was in court that day would argue the sentence.
He did.
And he would recommend whatever sentence he deemed appropriate.
He did.
Ultimately, the decision would have been up to you.
It was.
After the district attorney argues for their sentence, what happens next?
Then I turn to the defendant, Mr. Redden. He goes next. Do you have anything to say to the court before I pronounce sentence? And he was very calm and articulate, and basically he's been doing great. He's at a better place than he ever was before. And, you know, I pointed out your violent history, your failure to appear, and I don't remember whether mental illness came up, but I had said that he had been through mental health court. In his SI, he had claimed that mental illness wasn't an issue for him, so it's kind of hard to, I didn't know how to reconcile it. But anyway, he had talked about he was going to have a job with the Teamsters, and he was going to do all this stuff. Meanwhile, he had no employment history whatsoever, that, at least according to the PSI, there was no employment history. So I don't know where he was going, but anyway, he was calm. And he said,
Go ahead.
I think you should give me probation, he said. And we did have, we talked about his criminal history, and it's just so much violence, and.
Let me ask you some
Sure.
very specific
Sure.
questions. When Mr. Redden was speaking in court, did you observe any signs of impairment?
No.
Did you observe any signs of mental distress or disease or hallucinations or anything of that nature?
Absolutely not.
Had you observed something to that effect, would it have been concerning to you?
Of course.
Are there times in which the court needs to jump in and say, hey, it's not appropriate to proceed today?
Absolutely.
Here, did you see anything that caused you concern while Mr. Redden spoke?
Not at all.
After Mr. Redden spoke, who spoke next?
Mr. Almasi,
And who is that?
his attorney, Caesar.
And was Mr. Almasi permitted to make a full argument to the court and ask for leniency and whatever he wanted to?
He was.
And did he do so?
He did.
Now, in a moment, I want to play some video for you. Judge, with the court's permission, we've previously stipulated to 58. May I publish?
You may.
No, they should, let me see. No, they should be on already, but maybe the tape is went off. Somebody has it. Oh, he has it, okay.
Before we get there, Judge, up until that point, District Attorney speaks, Mr. Redden speaks, Defense Attorney speaks. Was everything proceeding as you expect a sentencing proceeding?
Yes.
Were there any signs at all that this was going to get out of control or violent?
No, it was actually completely contrary, because he was, like I said, calm and articulate, and he said, this is what I'm doing. But at the same time, he said, but Judge, I understand you got to do what you think is right, and I understand that. So it was better than I would normally hope, I guess.
And so, court's permission, 58.
Okay.
3697.
This is time set for entry of judgment and position of sentence. Is there any legal cause or reason why judges should not be pronounced against you at this time?
No, Judge.
No virtue be.
3697.
Is that your courtroom on January 3rd of 2024?
It is.
And is that your current courtroom?
It is.
As you look around this courtroom, is it set up a little bit differently than yours?
It is.
The folks that are on the right-hand side of the screen, do you know who they are?
Yeah. The
Who are they?
deputy DAs, Jory Scarborough and Richard Scow.
Is the picture also on your screen?
It is.
Okay.
You can see that on your screen there, Judge?
I can.
The folks on the right, who are they?
The district attorneys, Richard Scow and Jory Scarborough.
And on the left,
Caesar Almasi.
is that the gentleman in the blue suit?
It is.
Who's that taller guy standing in the center of the room?
Shane Brandon, my marshal.
And is Shane Brandon, similar to Marshall Black, responsible for courtroom security?
He is.
Counsel, can I have you approach for a moment?
Judge, before we move on with the video, I want to follow up on a question I asked you earlier. You had mentioned PSI. What does that actually mean?
Pre-sentence investigation report.
And is that, as you described, several pages long, and it would give not only criminal history of an individual, but where they're from, their childhood, their background, their marital status, their health, and various other things.
Yes.
Essentially, it's a packet that is supposed to give you everything you need to sentence an individual appropriately.
Correct.
These individuals down here on the left, you can see at least one of them. Who are these folks?
Those are the other inmates.
And so they are in your courtroom, they're sitting where our jury is sitting today.
Correct.
And those are in custody defendants, is that right?
Right.
When a defendant shows up out of custody, do they sit back in the gallery area here?
They do.
And as you mentioned before, Mr. Redden was out of custody.
He was.
I'm going to resume the video.
This is time set for entry of judgment and position of sentence. Is there any legal cause or reason why judgment should not be pronounced against you at this time?
No, Judge.
By virtue of you pleaded guilty, I hereby judge you guilty of attempt battery with substantial bodily harm. My notes indicate the state retained the right to argue through the bench warrant. Is that correct? Yes.
That is correct, Judge.
All right. State.
I think based on the criminal history, Judge, they're listed in the PSI. I know you see all this, I don't need to rehash everything. My concerns are there are crimes of violence.
Yep.
In the PSI, 3 felonies, 1 probation revoked. But you do see on page 5, there are many probation violations or remands on a probation he was honorably discharged for. But I am concerned based on the nature of the criminal history, home invasions, battery, domestic violence, assault with a deadly weapon in this case that led to an attempt battery substantial. I think felony is appropriate, and I think a prison term would be appropriate.
Is there any restitution or victim impact?
No, Judge, not that we have today, so. But I do think prison is appropriate. I asked the court to impose 19 to 48 on this case based on the criminal history and the facts of this case.
Judge, could you hear that okay?
Uh-huh.
When the deputy district attorney asked for 19 to 48, just describe what that means in our world.
The attempt battery with substantial bodily harm that he was charged with could be treated either as a felony, where you could get 1 to 4 years in prison, or it could be treated as a gross misdemeanor. You get up to 364 days in the Clark County Detention Center. He was asking that it be treated as a felony, the 1 to 4, and he was asking for the maximum sentence under that felony, 19 to 48. It's 19 months to 48 months. Here in Nevada, you get a max and a minimum sentence, so you get the 48 months or the 4 years. The minimum is supposed to be a truth in sentencing to let you know how much you have to serve before you are eligible for parole. And that would be the 19 to 48. The minimum can't exceed 40% of the maximum, so truly the maximum minimum and the maximum in this case was 19 to 48 months.
Mr. Redden, is there anything you want to say on your own behalf before I pronounce sentence?
So basically, I would like to tell the courts and everyone here, like, based on my criminal history, like, I feel that, like, I shouldn't be, like, sent to prison for a second time.
Have you looked at your criminal history?
Huh?
Have you looked at your criminal history?
I actually just, I looked at it and gave
You lived it, I suppose.
I just looked at it, yeah.
Yeah.
And, you know.
3 felonies, gross, 9 misdemeanors, multiple DVs. Got a lot going on, sir.
Yeah, I just figured, like.
Battery on a protected person, robberies. Attempt home invasion. Go ahead, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I just figure, like, I'm in a better place in my mind, my mental health. I have a support system. I just got hired as a Teamster for, you know, the union, you know, making $20 an hour. And like the reason behind every single domestic violence, I've been dealing with mental health, and I didn't know that I was dealing with mental health. And they put me in mental health court, and I still didn't know that I had a mental health problem until it was August 2022 when I realized I have a problem with this. And like having a dictionary and like understanding myself, getting to know myself a little better, and applying it to my personality, and having an epiphany at that moment. In those instances, and just like trying to learn from my mistakes, you know. And I feel like I shouldn't be sent to prison, but if it's appropriate for you, then you have to do what you have to do. But I figure that, you know, if I'm in a better place in my life, I'm not doing drugs, I'm not out there committing crimes now, you know, and I feel like I should be given a shot because I'm in a better place than I was then, you know. So, but that's. I'm a person who never stops trying to do the right thing, no matter how hard it is. And I just, you know, and I'm trying, and I never give up trying to do the right thing. I know I'm not a rebellious person. I don't want to be standing there. I don't want you to have to, you know, sit up there and waste your time as well, you know. But the criteria of me saying this is that I'm a person that never stops trying to do the right things, even if it's hard. And I did the best I could. I have mental problems, I guess.
Thank you. Mr. Almassi.
Judge, as contained in the pre-sentence investigation report, my client was diagnosed with schizophrenia and bipolar disorder. And in speaking with him, it certainly seems that he's following the pattern that this court has seen so many times of self-medication.
You've had 2 goes at mental health court, Mr. Almassi.
He did, and he does have to honor the discharge from probation. So he can do probation. He can be successful when supervised. It is true that he did get dishonorable discharge. He was revoked on a gross misdemeanor that he was being supervised for just very recently. But he is in a different position now. His foster mother, who is present as a show of support, her name is Karen Springer, has provided him a place to live, which is listed on the PSI. His current address is 8 Rose Circle, Apartment A, in North Las Vegas. And she very graciously has allowed him to stay there rent-free until he gets on his feet. Now, he is now part of Union 631 with Teamsters and is hoping to work his way through that program so that he can maintain work. He's also reached out to...
Up until this point, Your Honor, you have suggested a couple times that you're not buying the argument for probation. Is that fair?
Fair.
Did you just now observe Mr. Redden move his body position a bit?
Yes.
Did you notice that back then?
No.
Shannon West for any job prospects that are available.
You seeing that now?
I am.
Is it common for a judge and her marshal to have a bit of an unspoken language that goes on when you're sentencing people?
Yes.
You work closely with you're a marshal?
Very.
And those cues that you've given in court, do they have a bit of a purpose?
They do.
What is that?
So he can get ready for a remand.
And a remand means putting cuffs on someone.
Taking somebody out of custody and putting him in custody.
I'm going to resume the video.
To and through them. Finally, Judge, it's not just his mental health that he's been contending with, but he also has a history of IEP in his education. And at 30 years old, he does not have a high school degree. And so we spoke about that as well, and I think it's high time that we did that. I think the court can trust that he is going to perform well on probation. I think he's worth this risk. If the court wants the 19 to 48 as suggested by the VA, I would have no issue with that, but to suspend it rather than just send him to prison for any length of time. I think it makes more sense given the circumstances and his ability to do probation successfully that he be given this opportunity.
I appreciate that, but I think it's time that he get a taste of something else because I just can't with that history. In accordance with the laws of the state of Adams.
Before we let that play, Judge, I want you to do your best to walk us through what happens next from your memory.
I remember him coming at me and really didn't think that he would ever make contact. And then I just remember it was like a crash sound. I just remember smashing into the wall. I went down, my glasses went up, I smashed into the wall. He was on me, and then I was being pulled down. I was being hit, and I don't know where and by what. I had closed my eyes. I was trying to protect my face and my head. He had me by the hair, and I was still getting hit in the head. In the meantime, I saw my law clerk who was sitting next to me, who had dove almost in front of me as Mr. Redden came at me. And he was on top trying to pry the defendant off me. By this point, I had pulled down, I was kind of laying down like in the back of the bench. I had gone my head from this side to this side. And I just remember saying, help, help, somebody get him off. I mean, in my head, I was completely defenseless. He was so determined and so violent and so, it was scary. I didn't think I was going to get out of there.
I'll give you a moment, I want to play a little more video and back up a little bit.
Fuck that bitch! Don't do this.
Please, please. Wow.
Hey, where's Mary Kay? Is she okay?
Why are you doing that? Wow.
Hey.
Wow.
Hey, can you fucking radio somebody? Fucking radio somebody.
Can you do your best to describe the level of force you used when you were under the bench and we can't see in the video?
The level of force he used the entire time was superhuman. I don't know. From the time he came through the air and smashed into me, he knocked me literally almost through the wall, out of my chair. He knocked me so hard, he knocked me out of my shoes. You know, when you see a car accident and people get hit so hard by a car, their shoes come off. I mean, that's how hard he hit me. And when I was down there, it did less.
We saw there a couple of individuals jump in, one of them being your law clerk.
Yes.
While, if you remember, if you know, while your law clerk was trying to save you, was Mr. Redden stopped?
He was not.
Can you describe that? What was going on physically and how?
Only by feel. Because
do your best.
I was down in the ground and I could just feel someone going at me who was Mr. Redden, because that's where he was, and I could feel someone trying to pull him off and leave her alone, and you know, this like they're fighting over me. I mean, Michael's trying to pull him off and he's not letting go.
Do you know, based on memory, where his hands were?
I do not.
Do you remember being struck or hitting your head while you were down behind the bench there?
Yes.
Do you remember what struck you?
I do not.
Do you remember what side of your head it was?
Left at that point.
Did Mr. Redden continue to attack you while Mr. Lasso was pulling you?
He did.
At some point, Mr. Lasso and the others are successful in getting him physically off you, is that right?
3 of them. 3 or 4 of them it took to get him off me.
Where did you go, or what did you do once they were able to?
As soon as I was clear enough, I literally rolled onto my bench in fetal position.
I would presume that this was extremely traumatic for you, but I have to ask, do you know if you went unconscious during the attack?
I don't know.
What is the next thing you remember after rolling into the fetal position under the bench?
I remember thinking, why is it taking so long? I mean, there was chaos in the courtroom and there was screaming, the alarms were going off, and there was still a struggle. Again, I couldn't see it. Partly my eyes were closed and partly it was out of my sight. And so I was just laying there and waiting. And then the next thing I remember is Jory coming up, is she okay? And Michael came up earlier, Michael Lasso, my law clerk, and kind of stood by me, kind of, are you okay? And also, at least the feeling I got was that he was the buffer in case they lost control of the defendant again, because he was still very close.
While the attack was actually going on, what was going through your head?
I'm not going to get out of here. And it's a weird thing, because I know that there's video, and there's a part of me going, I'll be dead. But I have 3 kids. They're going to watch. And that's what they're going to see. That's what was making me so mad. Not what he was doing to me, but what he would do to my family. Okay.
Take your time. So, alarms are going off, lots of physical chaos going on. Did you look around? Eventually were you able to get up and look around the courtroom?
Yeah.
What do you recall seeing then?
Well, behind the bench, there was blood everywhere.
Where did that come from, if you know?
Shane, my marshal.
Did you look at Shane?
I did.
What did you see?
Shane, his forehead was literally sliced open, and the skin had been just flapping as he was trying to protect me, even though he was hurt, but he was getting blood all over the bench. There was clumps of my hair on the floor. The calendar papers were all covered in blood.
Eventually is what I'll call the scene, is it all secured and Mr. Redden taken away?
Yes.
You're resume the video here for a moment.
All of the marshals are up there.
Can we turn that down just a little bit?
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Hey, where's Mary Kate?
She's right here. She's right here.
Stay down. Get on the ground. Please, God. Please, God. Please, God. We're asking you to come
Oh shit! Damn! He's a dog. Damn! Fucking ass in custody, dude. Give me the ring. Where it should go.
Hey, my man.
Calm down.
Hey, you come here. I'll take care of it. That's my guy. Come around. Huh? You hold in. That's my guy.
Come around.
That's my guy right there.
Yo, Kelly, is medical coming? Hey, is medical
Yeah, medical. Just stop. Yeah, we need medical. Judge, you okay?
This fucking ass out of here.
Yeah? Hold it. Thanks. You got something?
Are you okay? Medical's coming.
Come here. Come here.
Fucking clapping, weirdo. You got the hand? Yes. You got the fucking weirdo over here clapping.
Sit down, man.
Judge, did you see yourself finally getting up there?
I did,
I believe previously you said you don't know if you went unconscious or not.
correct.
Do you remember getting up and trying to walk where there's no exit?
Well, I remember because I've seen the video. I mean,
You have no independent recollection of trying to get out of the courtroom by going over to the other side of the bench?
no.
She hit her head, bro. She hit her head. She hit her head hard.
What are you looking for?
Shoe.
Once you are cleared from the courtroom, can I presume that there was an investigation that ensued?
Yes.
Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department detectives come down and document the scene.
I don't know who documented the scene. By then, we were in the back. AMR came and medical was clearing everybody and taking Shane out and stuff.
Eventually, you give a recorded statement like any witness to a crime or a victim of a crime.
I did.
And can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the injuries you sustained, if any?
Obviously, I hit my head. I did. My my family didn't want me driving, so my daughter drove me home, and then they insisted that I go to the hospital and get a scan to make sure I woke up in the morning, because it looked pretty scary. The scan was okay, but obviously I had a headache for a few days. The spots where he pulled out my hair, you know how when you get your hair pulled out, it's sore for a while. That was sore for a few days. My arm, my back, everything was stiff, like, you know, you get jostled around. The next day, the worst part for me the next day was my neck. I don't know what it was. I don't know. All I know is I literally, during the day, was holding my head up, like, with two hands, because my neck was so sore and so tired. It just hurt. My tailbone, that hurt for weeks. If you ever bruise your tailbone, that just doesn't go away right away. And I was walking older than my age for a while. I didn't get back on the treadmill for 2 or 3 weeks. And when I say back on the treadmill, that means I walk on it. It's nothing. But I couldn't even walk on the treadmill for a couple of weeks. And then it was several months before I could lay on my left arm. I couldn't sleep on it. That was.
What type of injury did you have on your left arm?
That's what took, I think, the bulk of the initial hit. Again, I don't know what it was that hit me there, but I still have, it's been how long now, and there's a round, it's not horribly disfiguring, but it's a definite, you can still see a round, raised, bruised, fleshy, something not like the rest of it, marking where he made contact with me that day. But it took me months before I could sleep on my left side again.
In the days following the attack, were you photographed, and did you also, you and your family members, take photos of your injuries as they progressed?
We did.
Were there several times in the following days where you lost large clumps of hair?
Yes.
I have to ask for the record, ma'am, how old are you?
63 now.
And you would have been 62 at the time of the incident?
I was.
All right, thank you very much. I'll pass it over to Judge.
Okay, Cross.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Arnold.
Your Honor, isn't it true that you didn't have any bruises as a result of this attack?
No.
And
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. What was your answer?
No.
And isn't it true, Your Honor, that you didn't suffer any bleeding as a result of this attack?
That's true.
And isn't it true that you had no broken bones as a result of this attack?
That's also true.
And in regards to your neck, you didn't have any bruising on your neck, isn't that true?
True.
Isn't it true that you didn't know how many times, if any, that Mr. Redden hit you with a fist?
True.
In fact, you don't know for sure if Mr. Redden hit you with a fist or if you were kneed or anything like that.
True. After the obvious initial.
Correct. And let's make that clear for the record. So when you say after the obvious initial, I'm not talking about the leap, but when you're actually on the floor, you don't know if you were being struck by Mr. Redden with his feet, his fists, or anything like that.
Correct. Just that I'm being hit.
Just that you were being hit. And were you covered up? Was your face covered up at the time?
I'm going to assume so. I mean,
prior to him jumping over the bench, you didn't see him with anything in his hand?
No.
And you didn't see during the attack him having anything in his hand?
No.
You know, you're asking it in the negative, the last two questions, Mr. Arnold, and I'm afraid that it'll come across in the transcript as a double negative. Could you re-ask those questions? I just want to make sure you're getting the meaning that you want.
Yes, Your Honor. So isn't it true that you didn't see anything in his hand?
Yes.
And isn't it true that during the attack, when you're on the floor, you didn't see anything in his hand that he was attacking you with?
Also true.
I'm going to shift gears here and talk about the PSI. In regards to the PSI, you reviewed it.
I did.
And did you, was there a section that you recall in regards to his mental illness?
Yes.
And you were aware that he had suffered from, he had a previous mental illness history, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recall, was it paranoia and schizophrenia?
I remember schizophrenia. I don't remember what else.
Did you have any concerns going into the actual sentencing hearing about his competency?
No.
Did you make any inquiries to Mr. Malsi, his defense attorney, in regards to his competency prior to proceeding with sentencing?
I did not. If I recall, the mental health history was fairly long ago about his diagnosis of schizophrenia, and that he had gotten some treatment and then he was not on medication. He had graduated from mental health court, and according to him, he didn't feel like his mental health was causing him any issues. That was kind of the summary of the mental health issues as I understood them from his PSI.
Right.
And then coupling that, normally it would be, the defense attorney would be the one to bring it to my attention that there's a competency issue if it wasn't obvious.
Right.
And then that coupled with his appearance in court didn't give me any cause for pause.
Did you note, or was it brought to your attention through your review of the PSI, that on your case, prior to it proceeding to district court, that he was found to be incompetent?
I don't recall he was found to be incompetent. I recall he was referred to competency court, but I don't recall the findings.
Okay. And do you know, after he was referred to competency court, how long did the case languish prior to you receiving a guilty plea in the case?
I don't know.
And again, you weren't aware or made aware by anyone that he was supposed to be on medication at the time of his sentencing?
I was not.
Just check my notes real quick. Was he saying anything to you that you recall when he was on top of you?
I don't recall.
Do you recall if you heard any statements that he said that he was trying to kill you?
I don't recall.
Do you recall anything that was being said to you by Mr. Redden?
I do not. It was literally chaos.
And again, all the blows that you said that you felt to your head, you don't know who gave those blows, number one. Is that correct?
I mean,
you're assuming that it was Mr.
Michael
Redden.
Jury and Richard literally were pulling him off me, saving my life.
Okay.
But for them, I'm not here. But no, I guess theoretically, my law clerk could have punched me in the head.
Well, you said that you experienced blows to your head. Is
I
that
did.
correct? And so, again, there was a huge scuffle and they're trying to get him off of you.
True.
And so you don't know what part of anyone's body that actually landed on your head that could have caused injury.
Eventually, but initially, he was the only one near there that could have, yes.
And do you recall also that when you gave your voluntary statement, that you stated that you were only struck in the head once?
I don't recall. If I said that, I do.
Okay. And
I don't think I've ever said there was the initial and then there was a second.
Okay. I'm going to approach Ms. Pierce. May I approach to refresh her recollection?
Sure. Oh, did it again. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Just where I have it highlighted.
Where you have started me?
Yeah, just read in between that.
You want me to read it to you?
No, no,
Want me to
just
read it myself?
read it and refresh your recollection. You know the drill. Then I'll ask questions.
Can I keep that?
Yeah, if you want.
There you go. Okay.
And so, based upon your review of the voluntary statement, do you recall how you were hit?
Same thing. I don't know if it was head or elbow, head, hand. Yes.
Okay.
I don't know.
And you don't
I was
know-
hit, but I don't know with what.
Right, and you don't know how many times you were hit?
I don't.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Redirect.
I'll be brief, Judge. You gave a voluntary statement to police that was recorded, right?
Yes.
Subsequent to that, you testified at a prior court proceeding.
Yes.
And throughout that, you've been consistent that you don't remember how many times you were hit.
Yes.
In fact, as you sit here today, you can't tell the jury if you were knocked out or
No.
not. Mr. Arnold's,
I think you might have a double negative as well. Could you re-ask that question?
do you know if you were knocked out?
No. I mean, no.
May I approach?
Yes.
There was a question or a line of questioning about whether you sustained bruising. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Showing you now 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, and 33. Are those documentation of your bruising?
Yes.
After the incident? And these will be available to the jury. These are already admitted, Judge, so these will be available to the jury. I'm not going to put them up on the record. When you described this attack initially, I asked you about the level of force that was used. And I want you to do your best to describe the level of force used and why it is you don't remember how many times you were hit.
I was hit so hard between the defendant's body and behind my bench. It's a marble wall, and so, like I said, I was hit so hard that I literally smashed into it, and then I was at best dazed. And I was pulled down behind me, and he continued going after me so forcefully and so violently that literally 3 or 4 healthy, strong young men couldn't get him off of me. It was so strong. They saved my life. I tell them that all the time. You guys saved my life.
As that was happening, do you recall a hand on your neck?
I remember being held No, not clearly, no.
Fair enough. You're doing your best to recall the events as you remember. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you.
I do know I lost hair, a lot of hair from that side.
Thank you.
Any recross?
Yes, just real quick. And, Your Honor, in regards to the bruising, the pictures that you were just shown, those were pictures in regards to bruising on your shoulder, your arms, and your legs and tailbone. Is that correct?
Well, you don't have a picture of my tailbone, but.
Oh, your back area.
My lower hip, my
Right.
shoulder, and my upper arm, yeah.
Okay, and there was no bruising to the face, and there was no bruising to your neck? You have to say,
You asked, there was no bruising, and she's saying no.
but we have to get it verbally, and I'll start it over again.
There was no bruising to my neck.
There was no bruising?
That I'm aware of, yeah.
To your neck, and there was no bruising to your face?
No.
That's correct?
That's correct, sorry.
Okay.
That's all right.
All right.
I just want to make sure the transcript reads the way that you guys want it to read, that's all.
Right. All right, no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, you may step down.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, next witness?
Your Honor, the state calls Michael Lasso. May I approach your clerk?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
And can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yeah, Michael Lasso, Michael Lasso.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
How are you currently employed?
I'm sorry?
How are you currently employed?
Right now I'm a law clerk, so I'm law clerk for the Honorable Judge Mary Kay Holthus.
And did you just see Ms. Holthus leave the courtroom?
I did.
How long have you been her law clerk?
I've been her law clerk basically a year now, maybe a year and 1 month. So August 2023 is when I first took the job, and right now I'm scheduled to be there till August 2025.
You've known her much longer than
Yes,
a little over a
yeah.
year, correct?
I've known her a long time. She's really a family friend. I kind of know her children very well. Almost grew up together, so yeah, I've known her a long time. That's how I got lucky enough to kind of be able to work with her. And you know, since working with her, I see her in a whole new light now. A lot of respect for her.
How long have you known her?
Man, probably since I was 8 years old. So maybe 11 years, just about.
How?
8 years old?
Yeah.
11? I'm just doing, are you 19 years old?
Oh no, wait a minute. Oh my God. I'm like, wait. I'm actually not good at math. That's why I'm a law clerk. So man, has it really been that long? Because I'm 27 now. So, 21 years? Wow. Or no.
19.
Oh no. It's a long time.
Okay, so you've known her for 19 years.
Yeah.
And that's how you became her law clerk?
Yeah, pretty much. That's how I became her law clerk. I guess I got a good recommendation, so I was able to get the job.
What does a law clerk do?
Law clerk basically kind of just does whatever the judge needs. I mean, I do a lot of briefing for her. I'm almost the middleman in between the judge and anyone else, like attorneys. So anyone that wants to contact the judge, anyone that wants to speak with her, anyone that files a motion, anything like that, I'm the middleman in between. So I'm looking at all the motions, I'm speaking to all the attorneys, I'm kind of coordinating everything. I brief all the motions for the judge, kind of give her a heads up. And sometimes it's as simple as, just giving her a cup of coffee.
Do you also accompany her to her calendars?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Every calendar, I sit directly next to the judge, kind of on the left side of her. And we have a split docket, so we have criminal and civil. So I'm just kind of on that left side, almost where this monitor is, and I'll kind of be right here, and the judge will be right there. She has her own monitors, and I have kind of my own computer. And I'm directly next to the judge for every calendar.
And when the calendar is occurring, what are you doing while you're seated next to her?
It depends. I'm usually checking my emails. I'll also keep going along with whatever, matters up. So, maybe if it's a criminal matter, I kind of pull up that entire file. If there's anything that the judge quickly needs printed, or if maybe it's a police report or anything like that, I kind of am right there. I have a printer there. I can print anything she needs. Or sometimes I need to run in the back, get her something that she needs, maybe make a copy, basically anything at all just to make sure the calendar runs smooth.
Okay. And what days does she hear her criminal calendar?
She hears her criminal calendar on Mondays and Wednesdays, and then Tuesdays her civil.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the courtroom that she presides in is set up very differently from the courtroom we're currently in?
Oh, absolutely. Much different. This is a much bigger courtroom, but the defense and plaintiff desks are much further away. I would say these are a lot closer than the ones that are in her courtroom.
Okay. I'm going to show you some photographs of your courtroom.
Sure.
So that you can help explain the layout for us. I'm showing you on the overhead what's been admitted as states 2. Could I get it flipped over, please?
Actually, you might take away, I think the light is hitting.
Your Honor, I can't see yet, sorry. I couldn't see, the monitor was taking a minute to turn on.
You can pull up the lamps. Yeah, pull up the lamps, just a tad.
I might turn them off. There we go.
There it goes.
Okay, Mr. Lasso, this is State's Exhibit 2, for the record. These tables right here that we see, who typically stands right there?
So usually the defense.
During a calendar.
Yeah, usually the defense stays there, and then on the other side, that opposite desk is where the DA or the state, whoever's representing the state that day, maybe it's an AG, will be sitting over there.
And then.
We do have a mouse there.
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
Okay, where did the defense sit?
So defense would be right here, typically like right here. Maybe the attorney would be next to him. And then on the other side here, kind of where that mouse is, that other desk is where the state would be.
Okay. And then is there also an area where the court staff, such as the court clerk and a court reporter, sit?
Yeah, it would be, I don't know what's going on here. That would be like right here. So this is where our court clerks are. This is where our court recorder would be, kind of like right here. That's our monitor. That's where the judge is. And then on that right side, that monitor is my monitor right there. And then to the right of that is actually where that little monitor is the witness stand. So usually during criminal calendar, we have a correctional officer that would sit there.
And was there a correctional officer sitting there on January 3rd of 2024?
Yes, there was.
What is the difference between a court clerk and a law clerk?
There's a big difference. The law clerk is usually has a legal degree, so we're briefing actually the law that's involved in the motion. So we're looking up the case law, making sure it's still good, reliable. Kind of briefing those, telling judge, giving her recommendations as to what she should do, what she shouldn't do. Whereas the court clerk is also a middleman in between the judge, but at the same time they just kind of handle just different areas. They're not really involved in any legal advising or aspect of it. I would say more just kind of coordination, handling minutes, like court minutes, things like that. So just kind of a little different.
Okay. And then the court recorder, you said you guys have a recorder in that department,
Yeah,
correct?
and that one right there. So this one, that monitor, you can kind of see it's light. That would be for the court clerk, and then to the left side would be the court recorder.
Okay. And With regards to that courtroom, is there actually an entrance behind that tile wall that we can see?
Yes, yeah, so that's where the judge and me, that's where we usually enter, along with the entire court staff, really. We all kind of enter in through that door. Her chambers would be right behind there. So we kind of come in through this right side way. Then I take my seat right there, judge will sit right there, and then the rest of the court staff will take their place.
And then moving on to states 3. Oops, let me take this one off. What are we looking at here?
So this is kind of just a seating area. Usually people who are supporting the defense or the defendant would be sitting in this back area, but it really could be anyone. So that desk right here is this desk, kind of just the opposite angle. Or I'm sorry, the state's desk, I'm sorry. So this would be usually anyone that on behalf of the state sits right here. And this would be, like I said, where the DA or the state would be. And then that opposite side is where the defense is. So this would be where any defendant would be, their attorney. Usually it's a PD. And then, like I said, this is usually where family members will sit, supporters, friends, anything like that.
And do you see another exit in this photograph?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah, it would be right here in this photograph. This is an exit also to that chamber hallway where there's a lot of different chambers and offices, things like that.
So staff and sometimes attorneys might use that?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, there's a copier machine. So sometimes when I have to run and go make copies, I'll kind of run through that back side. And occasionally I'll come through that door, but usually not. But right behind there's like a big copy machine and jury rooms for deliberation.
But generally speaking, the public would not use that?
Correct? No.
And then showing you...
I think you've got another double negative there. Does the public use those doors?
Not that specific one, no. And the one behind the judge, no, never.
Okay.
Showing you states 4 on the overhead.
Mm-hmm.
Is this, does this appear to be a photograph taken from the area where the juror box was in the previous photograph?
Absolutely, yeah. This is that angle, kind of where that door would be, and so this is where like the jury would sit. This is where like occasionally witnesses will come up and maybe a victim statement would be given, or attorneys will go up there and make an argument. This is where the state would be, and that was kind of where that previous photo was taken, would be back here for friends and family. And then this door is kind of where a holding cell is, and then also where defendants during our criminal calendars, that's where they will walk those defendants through that door. And then to the right side is where our recorder would sit, and then this is the court clerk here.
Okay, and when you say defendants, do you mean in custody defendants?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And then showing you states 5. What is this?
So this is kind of the angle from the recorder and our court clerk. So this was kind of that long desk here, and this is facing the jury box. So kind of where that last picture was taken would be right here, and then this is that door that leads to the copier. So then you can kind of go through there, but typically there wouldn't be public that'd be going through there. Occasionally attorneys do, but yeah, this is just kind of that opposite angle. And then to the right side here would be like the defense table where usually PDs sit or defendants that are out of custody.
Showing you state 6. What are we looking at here?
This is the view from the court clerk's angle here. So this is where the judge would sit. This is my monitor right here. Literally right where that picture is being taken, it would be exactly like the angle from the court clerk. And then this right here would be the witness stand. It's kind of like right here. Then we have a TV there, and then that's that same door, obviously the jury box. And then when we have criminal calendars, instead of a jury there would be the in-custody defendants would all be kind of taking up that area.
Okay. If you could look right here for me, where my finger is.
Yeah.
Is that essentially like a wall between where the judge sits and the court clerk?
Yes, it's a full wall. There's no kind of opening that you can go through there. Kind of the only access point to that chair that you're seeing where the judge would sit is through that right side. So you have to go through that right side. There's kind of like maybe 2 steps that you go around and yeah, right there. There's kind of 2 steps that you would go around, and that's the only way to get over there. I mean, unless you were to hop over this little wall there, you can't really get to that side of there's no access to it, essentially.
Okay, so this would be the door that you'd walk through to get to the
Yeah, it kind
area
of
where
swings
you
around. Yeah.
Okay. Showing you state 7.
And then from right here, this is the view from the judge, kind of where the judge sits. That's a microphone right here, and there's a little sign too that will say like always recording. That's right there. And this is her view. That right there, that monitor would again be where an out of custody defendant would be, along with a PD or whoever their attorney would be. This side would be usually typically filled up on criminal days with defendants, the in custody ones, and then on the right side would be where the DA or the state representative would be.
And kind of like the equipment where I'm standing, there's an Elmo there.
Absolutely, yeah, just like that, and attorneys will walk up, they'll give arguments, and that main door right there is the access point for the public, or, you know, attorneys that are going into the courtroom that day. Anyone that's essentially not a courtroom staff member is typically walking through that main door there.
And you're talking about the two double doors? right here?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, we're starting to talk over each other, so why don't we make sure she gets her question out, and then counsel make sure he gets his answer out, okay?
Showing use states 8. What are we looking at here?
This is kind of my view, even though that's not necessarily my chair, that's the judge's chair. I'm just kind of turned to the side, but this is my angle. This is my monitor right here, and this is kind of the view if you were to stand up in that little room section that's blocked off. This right here is that wall area that we were talking about earlier, that's completely closed off. That's the